to JCIT this morning. I'd like to welcome Senator Rose here today. He's filling in for Senator Peterson, and I did find out that his surgery went well, and his knee surgery, Senator Peterson, and so I think he's home recuperating, and hopefully will be back with us fairly quickly at the next meeting. So, so keep him in your prayers. All right, you did receive, or I received the minutes, I guess, but they haven't been totally reviewed as far as for all the things that have to be reviewed with the minutes. So James is going to send the minutes out later probably in a week or so, or a little bit, a couple of days or a day or two. You'll have a week to review them. If everything's fine, don't do anything. If there's a problem, then send it back. And if we hear nothing, then they're going to be approved. So, all right. So with that, now that or Representative Haskins is here, then. All right. Okay, so now we're going to have a briefing on our 2024 Senate Bill 291. So the Office of Revisor, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 291 was the big cybersecurity bill that you guys passed in 2024. You'll recall that all the substantive sections are set to expire on that on July 1st of 2026. There is currently a bill that the House passed last year that would remove the sunset on those provisions. It's sitting in Senate Federal, State, and Affairs Committee right now. But I'm going to go over what the provisions are in Senate Bill 291 so you guys can consider any recommendations that you might want to make. Section 1 of that bill provided that on and after July 1st of 2027, all cybersecurity services for each branch of government would have to be administered by the Chief Information Technology Officer and the Chief Information Security Officer of each branch. All those cybersecurity employees, except for cybersecurity employees at the Regions institutions within each branch, would have to work at the direction of the CTO of the branch. And prior to July 1st of 2026, the Information Technology Executive Council would be required to develop a plan to integrate all executive branch IT services into the Office of Information Technology Services. The council would be required to consult with each agency head when they're developing that plan to integrate those services. The Judicial Chief Information Technology Officer is required to develop a estimated project cost to provide hardware to judicial agencies and all employees of those agencies, including state and county funded judicial branch district court employees. The judicial branch CTO is also required to consult with the executive CTO to develop a plan to allow each piece of hardware to be a part of the CanWin network across the state. The ITech would be required to report the plan that they developed to integrate all IT services under KEDO or under the CTO of the executive branch prior to January 15th of 2026. They'd be required to report that to the Senate Standing Committee on Ways and Means and the House Standing Committee on Legislative Modernization. Prior to February 1st of 2025, all websites that were maintained by a government branch had to be moved to the .gov network. That deadline has already passed clearly. On July 1st of 2025 and each year thereafter, monies that were appropriated for information technology and cybersecurity expenditures have to be appropriated as a separate line item by agencies, and they cannot be merged with other line items of appropriation to allow for a detailed review of those line items. Sections 2 and 3 create Chief Information Technology Officers, Chief Information Security Officers within the judicial and executive branches. The judicial branch CETO is appointed by the judicial administrator, and the legislative branch CETO would be appointed by the Legislative Coordinating Council. Those sections go into detail about what the requirements and duties are for those CISOs, but they're the same across all three branches. So those CISOs would have kind of the same duties, security duties to their branches of government. Each CISO would be required to develop a cybersecurity program for their branch that complies with the National Institute of Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. Those programs would be required to achieve a CSF tier of 3.0 prior to July 1st of 2028 and a CSF tier of 4.0 prior to July 1st of 2030. If an audit conducted results in failures, the CISO would be required to report those failures to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the minority leaders of the House and Senate with a plan to mitigate those security risks. Those audits would be confidential and not subject to CORA. The legislative CISO would be required to obtain approval from the reviser of statutes prior to taking any action on a matter that involves a legal issue. Section 4 provides on July 1st of 2028 and each year thereafter, the director of the budget in consultation with the CETO of each branch shall determine if each state agency is in compliance with the provisions of this act from the previous fiscal year. If the director of the budget determines that a state agency is not in compliance, then they have to certify an amount that's equal to 5% of the monies appropriated from the state general fund for that non-complying agency. And then the director has to submit a detailed written report to the legislature concerning the compliance determinations that they made. The House Appropriations Committee and Senate Ways and Means Committee would consider whether to lapse that 5% amount from that state agency's budget for non-compliance with the provisions of the act. Section 5 made an appropriation, and Section 6 appropriates a new fund, the Information Technology Security Fund. Section 7 appropriated $15 million to the Kansas Information Security Office. Section 8 appropriated $250,000 to the Adjutant General for employees at the Fusion Center. Section 9 amends KSA 4110. This requires the Commissioner of Insurance to appoint a CISO, and they would have duties similar to the three branch CISOs. They'd have to come up with that program that puts them into that complies with the NIST cybersecurity framework. Section 10 amends KSA 45229 to exempt those security audits that we talked about from the Open Records Act. Section 12 amends KSA 75413 to require the Secretary of State to appoint a CISO. Again, that CISO would have to come up with the security program to comply with the NIST standards. Section 13 does the same thing in KSA 75623 for the state treasurer. Section 14 does the same in KSA 75710 to require the Attorney General to appoint that CISO. And Section 15 does the same thing in 75711 to require the director of the KBI to appoint a CISO. Section 16 amends 757201, which is the definition section in the information technology statutes. It changes the definition of business risk and information technology project change or overrun to account for the legislative and judicial branches no longer falling under those ITech requirements. Section 18 amends KSA 757202. This is the statute that creates ITech. It changes the membership of the council to make the CETOs from the judicial and legislative branch non-voting members. It also makes the legislative members non-voting members and adds 2 voting members who are information technology employees from the Regents institutions. This bill would also make the chairperson of ITech the executive branch CETO all the time. Right now it rotates between the 3 branch CETOs. And it would require monthly meetings instead of quarterly meetings. Section 20 amends KSA 757203. This is the statute that provides the duties of the ITech. This section is amended to make the policies adopted only apply to the executive branch. The bill also requires the council to develop a plan to integrate all the IT services for the executive branch under the executive branch CETO. We talked about that plan in section 1. Section 22 amends KSA 757205. This is the statute that creates the executive branch CETO. The duties of the officer are amended. You can kind of see the kind of a brief explanation of the changes in my brief there, but the legislative branch and judicial branch CETO statutes are also amended to match. Section 24 amends KSA 757206. That's the statute that creates the judicial chief information officer. Again, the duties are amended to match the executive and legislative branch duties. Section 26 does the same thing in KSA 757208 for the legislative chief information technology officer. Section 28 amends KSA 757209. This is the reporting statute for information technology projects to provide that the legislative and judicial branch projects will be reported pursuant to policies adopted by each branch instead of by ITech policy. Section 30 amends KSA 757237. That's the definition section in the Cybersecurity Act. The definition of executive branch agency is amended to include the Judicial Council and also to remove the current law exclusion of the capers. Section 32 amends KSA 7238. This is the statute that creates the Executive Chief Information Security Officer. Essentially, that statute is just amended to match the new officer duties being created in the executive and judicial branches. Section 34 amends KSA 757239. This is the statute that creates the Kansas Information Security Office. It just outlines the duties of the KSO to kind of come in line with the new duties of the Chief Information Security Officer. Section 36 amends KSA 757240. This is the statute that provides the duties for each executive branch agency head related to information technology. Most of those current law duties are stricken because all the cybersecurity duties are going to be performed by the CISO for each branch, but it does contain a provision that each agency head would be required to coordinate with the executive branch CISO to implement the security standards that are required by the Act. And again, all those changes will revert on July 1st of 2026 if no action is taken by the legislature. And I can take any questions.
All right, thank you, Natalie. I did want to clarify, section 2 and 3, should that say Chief Security Officer?
Yes, it should.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to, so instead of, on page 2, instead of section 2 and 3, instead of saying create Chief Information Technology, it should say Security, Chief Security Officer.
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, I just want to, I guess I want you to establish that the bill does not require consolidation of IT services. It just says the executive branch is supposed to come up with a plan to bring to the legislature.
Yes, except for the cybersecurity
Right,
services. So those are, those would be consolidated under the Chief Information Security Officer of each branch, but essentially ITech would be tasked with coming up with a plan to integrate all IT services for the executive branch under the Chief Information Technology Officer of the executive branch.
And I believe that right now, I mean, Jeff will probably talk a little bit about it, but right now they're working with Gartner on that, and they should have, just for the committee, I think they'll have a plan to us next, at our next meeting that, you know, we can look at and go from there. And so that, I think that's the plan so far. So any questions from anybody? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Natalie, for the overview. So you did talk about requirements like .gov and things they have to do to fulfill these, but are there any penalties or any hooks if that doesn't happen?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Tyson, essentially the provisions that I described in Section 4. So every year, the director of the budget is supposed to kind of audit or review every agency's compliance with these new provisions that are laid out here. And along with that, they certify what 5% of their appropriations would be. And so that information is then forwarded to both Senate Ways and Means and House Appropriations so that those committees can look at this and say, oh, the director of budget said this agency didn't comply with the provisions of this act. And this is how much 5% of their budget would be. The idea being that you all can decide, should we lapse this 5% of their budget because they're not complying with the act. The other part of that is that each agency should be, their IT spend is supposed to be line itemed out. So each one of those projects should be a separate line item. That way you guys can review each line item individually during your budget processes.
Okay, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And it's 5% of the entire budget, not just the IT section.
Yeah, so it's 5% of the money appropriated and reappropriated from the state general fund and credited to and available in each special revenue fund of each agency.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's so many things in this legislation. I'll just ask a couple of quick questions. One of my concerns is ITech does create a standard reporting mechanism, and we're going away from that so that the branch chief decides the reporting mechanism. And so we could come up with there's not going to be any consistency in that, or?
Mr. Chairman, so that would be by the branch. So any project that's under the executive branch, they would still follow that executive branch reporting process, but the projects that are under the judicial branch and the legislative branch would be reported in compliance with the requirements set by those branches.
I'm just raising that concern. Thank you. And if I may, real quickly, I've talked to a couple of agencies, departments, and the process isn't working again. In fact, they've got money allocated. They can't get the process approved because they're jumping through hoops. And one group tells them they can move forward with the project, the other one doesn't, and the one that cuts the check isn't cutting the check. And so they're in grave risk of losing some of their funding for these projects. And I know that, I just think people need to be aware of it with this legislation, that it's not necessarily fixing the problems that we're trying to address. So thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following up with Senator Tyson, so out of the gate, where are the agencies at with the .gov? I mean, has everybody already kind of complied with that piece?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cluse, I wouldn't have that information. I know our agency is in compliance, but that's really the only agency I would have that information from. I would probably direct that question to each of the CTOs. I know Jeff is here and Alex Wong's here from the judicial branch, Tom's here, so they would probably be able to update you on the compliance with that across their branches.
And we're going to hear from each one of them, so would you like for them just to give that answer to you when they come up?
If I'm here.
Okay. Well, would you like for them to do it now then?
Yeah, please.
Okay. All right. Could we get each one of them come up and give an answer?
I'll go first. So I'm Alex Wong, Judicial Branch CITO. .gov requirements for all the websites are all done. So from Judicial Branch perspective, we have 16 fundraising websites, and all of them are completed. We actually go a little bit further than that because we want consistency across the board. So we actually also change our email to also match the .gov, and then at the end, all the applications that is fundraising, say like our case management system and our e-filing system, are all changed to .gov as well.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the only reason I said that is I have to leave for confirmation. So.
Right, I understand that. Yeah, so Jeff?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jeff Maxon, Executive Branch Chief Information Technology Officer. I cannot give you 100% confirm that we are all .gov, but I know a majority of our websites are. I'll have more details. I'll get with the team to double check and have an exact answer this afternoon.
Thank you. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Day, Director of Legislative Services and acting CTO for the Legislative Branch. As Natalie alluded, her agency is .gov, but to go a little bit further, all the legislative agencies are .gov, and including the legislature's main address, ks.legislature.gov. So all of the legislature has now moved to .gov. For those people that still type in kslegislature.org, they are redirected to kslegislature.gov.
All right. Senator Cluse?
Thank you.
Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Natalie, thank you for the overview. And this is just a point of clarification question. Based off your executive summary, last sentence, the new law sections and changes made in current law will expire on July 1st, 2026. And so what does that mean? What do we have to do?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Haskins, it kind of depends on whether you want to continue all the changes that I just described. If you do, then you need to pass a bill that removes the sunset on each of these sections. There is a bill, the House passed it last year. It's currently sitting in the Senate Committee on Federal and State Affairs. Because it's a carryover bill, we would have to do a little bit of work to that bill to get it, you couldn't just pass it in its current form. But if you want all these changes to expire, you don't have to do anything. If you want to keep them in place, we need to pass a bill to remove the sunset.
And thank you. And that's what I understood. So if you look at page 5, section 18, this looks like we add a change to the governance in which you add 2 voting members from the Board of Regents. So if on July 2nd we haven't taken any action, then we revert back to the previous governance as an example, and as well as where we are supposed to hire an information officer. So if they've hired that person, do they lose their job? I mean, it's just it's an interesting, I don't understand the sunset, but it's interesting.
Yeah. So to your first question, the ITEC membership would revert back. So the legislative and judicial branch CTOs would become voting members again. The chairmanship would rotate. The legislative members would become voting members again. Those Board of Regents members would fall off. Of course, when you do go to pass any legislation related to this, you can decide what you want to keep and what you don't. So maybe you don't like certain parts of it and you can let those sunset, but you want to keep certain parts of it. You could, of course, make that decision. With respect to the CISOs, there's nothing in the law that says the judicial branch or the legislative branch can't hire a CISO, right? So this just says that they're required to. So if this were to expire, those folks wouldn't necessarily lose their jobs. Just the statutory requirement that you have a CISO in place and the duties that are listed in statute wouldn't necessarily be in the law anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Natalie.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natalie, I was going to ask to me, the legislation goes into a lot of detail, like 2.0 NIST. That's very dangerous in legislation. Is there a better way or a different way that could be handled?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Tyson, it's kind of tough because there's a principle in legislation that we talk about called non-delegation. So it's important that you not delegate your legislative authority to some other group. So say you just said something like they have to comply with the most recent NIST standard. you're kind of delegating your authority, because if NIST changes their standards, you guys aren't necessarily reviewing what those standards are each time. You're just saying, yeah, we have to comply with them. So we tend to put a specific, as it existed on this date and time. That way, when you go to update it, you actually have to make a conscious decision. We want to move to these standards, and we've reviewed what these standards are, and we're making that policy choice. That's not to say there might be some other way to describe it or something like that. But when it comes to actually like putting out the specific NIST framework, yeah, I understand your concern, but that's kind of why we tend to recommend that you do it that way.
Yeah, and I, to that question, Senator, I believe too that each time we moved from like 2 to 3 to 4, it's gonna cost us more money, and possibly not even attainable. And so I think we do need to look at that. That's one of the things I think that we need to look at and decide, do we want to have that discussion before they move, not make it maybe in here that it has to be done at a certain time. Yeah, I think that is a valid concern that I've heard from some that could end up costing us more than it's worth. So, any other questions? Yeah, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While the revisor's here, this bill is a very broad and comprehensive bill, and it was intended to elevate cybersecurity to these agencies that have typically not placed a high level. So it's intended to put focus and attention and accountability on that. So the curiosity that the other representative had about the sunset, that really wasn't in the original draft of the bill. I believe that was added, and the revisor can confirm. I think that was added by the Senate and then later agreed to so that they could have additional time to put some rigor to the bill.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Turner. So the House passed this bill a little bit later during the legislative session. It went to Senate Federal and State Affairs, but they did not hold a hearing or work this bill. So the topic was brought up during the conference committee process during between legislative modernization and Senate Fed and State. And so it was a Senate offer to put this sunset on to be able to pass the bill.
Right. So if some of the language seems to think, well, why would you go to all this if you're going to? It wasn't part of the original package. But thank you very much.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have Alex Wong, Chief Information Technology Officer with the Judicial Administration. I think this is the first time you've talked to us in your new role. So, isn't it? Because you were gone last time, weren't you?
Yes, I was, but
Yeah.
I was one time before.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yes, we're doing
All right. Well,
selections, but
okay, second time then.
yep, second time.
Welcome, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Alex Wong, Chief IT Officer for the Judicial Branch. I'm from Francisco. We go a long way, so good to see you. All right, so today we are going to go through a few topics for the committees. So first of all, I'm going to go through a brief high-level service overview for the judicial branch services and how IT ties into those services. Then we're going to talk a little bit about IT projects, give you some updates on some of the Keto projects that we have recently completed, and also go through a few other projects that, even though they are not Keto reportable, but we do want to provide project updates and visibility and transparency of what we are working on those projects. And then one of the in-house projects that we recently completed that has I would say, significant impact and also benefits and positive for the citizens of Kansas and the constituents. So we want to show a demo on that project later on in the presentation. And then at the end, we want to talk about Senate Bill 291 updates, give you guys an update on the items that we're working on. And then AI committee that recently our Chief Justice Luckert have an administrative order for us to work on. So I will talk a little bit about that. And then at the end, some time for questions. All right, so with that said, I joined, and Mr. Chairman kind of mentioned this is the second time I'm in the committee. So the first time I'm here, I kind of mentioned that I just joined it at that point, I think, about 2 weeks into my job. So I'm still brand new, and I don't really have a broad understanding of both the system that we use in judicial branch and also the process of judicial branch, because as a law-abiding citizen, I didn't get into any trouble, so I didn't really flow through the process. So I really have to just learn it from fresh. So I'm glad to come back to the committee and use some of the things that I've learned. And I think this is a good opportunity to use this diagram to walk through some of the things that I've learned in my last 8 to 9 months, and then also level set with this committee. So when we talk about services and technology down the road, you can associate those things together. So you can see from the very top item, everything on the top is the case management system components. And that is one of the huge projects that this branch has engaged in the last 3 to 4 years, which is standardizing our case management system across the whole state. And that product right now is the Odyssey, Tyler Odyssey applications that runs the case management system. And we recently, about last December, November, finished that implementation for all the states. So all counties, all districts in the state of Kansas is now using the same case management system. And I think that's important to spell out, because as you can see, there's other also associate components that all connects and integrates with the case management system. And if we do not standardize that single case management system, you are looking at not one box on the top. You're looking at potentially 105 boxes on the top, because each county can actually use their own case management system instead of the standard one. So this actually significantly enhances our ability to standardize process, standardize data, and also standardize reporting, so that we don't have to go through a lot of different case management systems to grab those information. So the ones that is going to be more associated to your role is the public-facing section. So if you look on the left lower corner, you can see that we have 3 specific services that is front-facing, public-facing. So first one is the electronic filing services. So if right now we have our law is to, our standard is to file all our court filings electronically. And so the e-filing system is a major public-facing application that we use for attorneys to file all their cases to the court. So the second one is the litigant portal, and that's for self-represented litigant. Okay, I hear myself. Okay, so the second bullet is basically if you don't have an attorney and you have to self-represent yourself, you will also work through a portal that we are currently in development to help any litigants that needs to self-represent themselves. And so that's a second public-facing service that we provide. And the last one is the public access portal. That portal is the one that you can use to search for any case-related items. And again, that is a public service that you can use to search for any cases, or if you want to search for a person for anything that's related to the judicial records, you can use that application. Then in the middle part is all the services technology provides for the courtroom itself. So you can see digital recording, electronic transcripts, evidence management, judicial e-branch, jury management, and virtual hearings. So all those are different applications that we also have to support and provide in order to provide those services. And at the end, on the right side, is any operational items that is related to the court, say like electronic payment services and electronic notifications, if you have any court cases that you need to be notified to show up in court. So that is the overall view from a high-level perspective of how technology provides services to the court. So there's a lot there, as you can see, and so we will talk a little bit more about some of those individual items that we have projects working on right now associated to those services. All right, so next slide. Project update. Senator Tyson earlier mentioned about the different standard that the Senate bill may create. For the judicial branch, we have, I want to clarify that we have decided to continue to go through the KETO process because we agree with that standard. So even though the statute right now doesn't allow us as a branch to create our own policy for projects, we decided to continue to use the KETO process for judicial projects. So you will see in the next few slides that we are still talking about kilos, cars, and those process that we have used. So the first one I want to give an update is on the kilo project, which is the central case management system. And that system, as I mentioned earlier on my last slide, we have finished the statewide implementation late last year. So we did finish that. There's a lot of challenge in the middle, don't get me wrong, but we did get that completed. So I kind of mentioned some of the benefits on the last slide, which is we are now able to see data across the state. We are now able to provide standard processes across the state. And then we are also going to be able to make update on one single system instead of we have to figure out all the different case management system across the state and do it across the board. So from a security perspective, it is a lot more secure now from a data perspective, from an access perspective, than before we are standardized across the state. Another significant change is we also offer a service called enterprise supervision. And this is a service that is dedicated for supervision officers. So before, supervision officers doesn't even have a tool across the state that they can use to keep track of the probations. So now they do have the same product. Instead of using something that is more clock-related that they have used before, now they have a dedicated product for them. That again, same kind of benefit as the standardized data case management system, which allows for the data to be standardized now, so they report the same thing across the board from the whole state. And the definition of those data can also be standardized, so they don't submit something different from different counties. And then also at the end, the end result is it reduces the error and for the reports and assure the reports are able to be created more effectively. So those are some of the significant changes for this project. So what happens next? Two things. One is we're going to submit a peers. Part of the KILO process is we will provide a post-implementation evaluation report. And we will do that. We are in the process of putting that together. So we will submit that to KILO and report that next time through the KILO reporting process. The second thing is we're going to update and upgrade our system to the latest supportable version. So because we are engaging with this statewide implementation, we want to make sure that it is the same version across the board when we do the implementation. So we use a previous version, which is 2018 version at that point. And now that we have finished implementing that across the state, we now are able to go to the second phase per se, which is updating it to the latest supportable version. So it provides us with more capability, provide us with more stability of the system, and so forth. So that is what we are going to engage next in this project. All right, so going back to CARS projects again. So we have a few projects that we still submit to CARS, and these are 4 of the projects that we have recently submitted to CARS. None of them are KILO reportable because they are not significant risk. But again, kind of mentioned that even though projects are not KILO reportable, we have the obligation to provide status and also visibility to the state and to this committee. And so we have a few of these projects today that I'm going to have our business stakeholders, business owner to talk through the first 3 of those, and then I'll come back to talk about the 4th one. So I'm going to introduce Amy Raymond, our Chief of Child Court Services, to talk about the first 3 projects.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for having us today. The first project I'm going to update you on is our statewide jury management program. We've hired a company called Catalyst out of Georgia after a competitive RFP process. And we are in the configuration and data conversion stage of that process. Then we will begin rolling out in a phased approach to jurisdictions across the state. It will be a statewide program, so all of our potential jurors will have a similar user experience for that, and we will also be able to collect statewide data on how juries are used across the state. The second project that I will update you on is our specialty court case management system. It is separate from Odyssey. It allows for all team members, judicial branch employees or supervision officers, or mental health professionals, anyone who's participating in that specialty court team to interact and enter data into this case management system. We have it live in 3 places for our family treatment courts, and we're starting to roll it out in our specialty courts that are funded by the judicial branch, either through local funding or through grants. So we hope to be live with those by the end of this calendar year, and then at some point roll it out to all of our specialty courts so we can begin collecting statewide data. This statewide data is really important, not only to measure effectiveness of our specialty courts, but also for grant applications for sustainability. The last project that I will update you on is our public access portal. We currently have the Tyler product for that. And we are developing our own product that will have some enhanced functionality. We have some functionality limitations with the Tyler product, so we're hoping to increase how we share data and the ease of sharing data with all of our external justice partners as well as the public. We are in the testing phase with that, and we plan at this point to roll that out as we go live with the next version of Odyssey that Alex just spoke about. So I'm going to turn it back to Alex. I'm happy to stand for questions now or at the end.
Before you step down, is there any questions? Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So we hear rumors and rumbling. How do you get your data for jury selection?
We get it from the Department of Motor Vehicles, and some counties also use their local voter registration. But for statewide, we use the Department of Motor Vehicles information.
Okay. I just have concerns after the security breaches as to what kind of data you guys are using. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Alex?
Mr. Chairman, Alex Wong, Chief Information Technology Officer, Judicial Branch. So the last project I want to give you an update is the website we designed and re-platform. So if any of you have actually went to the Judicial Branch website, you will find that it's a little bit hard to find information. At least for me, that is the case. And so that has a factor of 2. The reason why that is the case, one is the backend system itself is I would say a legacy application or platform that is making it a little bit complicated for us to update and also to maintain the platform technically. So there's some technical challenge there. And then on the other side is the design, the navigation, the way that websites are nested in different categories. That's a little bit hard for people that is, I would say, not as judicial expert into finding those information. So we are going to conduct an RFP to find a platform that is going to fit our needs to be able to allow for information to be more easily accessible, and also definitely looking at next year that we will have a new ADA standards for web accessibility, that we want to also take this opportunity to make sure the new platform and the new design is going to be compatible with the new ADA standard that is set to be in place April of next year. So those are the updates I have for this project. Any question on those before I flip to the next page?
Any questions for Alex? All right, seeing none, go ahead.
So next slide, we wanted to also give you a demo on one of the recently completed in-house project that we have done, developed ourselves with the intention of specifically putting a website that allows for any public citizens and constituents to go to this place to find anything associated with judicial branch. So with that said, I wanted to introduce Sarah Hoskinson, which is the owner of this project, to give you a demo of this website so you can see it yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Hoffman, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to give you a brief demo of our new self-help services website. As Alex mentioned, this website is intended to make information easier to access for everyone in the state, particularly people who don't have attorneys who are trying to navigate the court system. And the concept for it is built on our existing self-help centers out in the district courts. Some of you may be familiar with our self-help centers, their physical locations at certain district courts where people can go to get forms, they can use a computer, they can use a printer, they can meet with legal aid at certain times. And so the concept here is to create a online service like that anyone in the state can access at any time. And let's see here. Okay, see if I can do this. I'm not very coordinated here, but I don't know, Alex, if you want to help me out here. Here we go. So I wanted to show some of the functionality of this website. I'll start with this directory. This website's located at self-help.ks.gov. And this is a directory that shows our self-help services across the state. You can see the counties where the self-help centers are currently located. There are 32 on this map right now. We'll soon be adding a 33rd, which is Shawnee County. They opened a self-help center on Monday. And if you click on a particular county, I'll click on Sumner here. It'll give you the information about the self-help services in that county. In Sumner, you can see the hours, the phone, their local website, the address, the different resources they provide, and then legal aid day information. This is when Kansas Legal Services is at the courthouse accepting referrals for brief legal services. They're at the courthouse. Not every county has that service, but quite a few do. In Sumner County, it's a monthly appointment. In certain places like Shawnee and Johnson County, it's a weekly appointment where KLS is accepting services. And I apologize for the awkwardness here. So down here, one of the main resources that a lot of people have been using is this Finding a Hearing. Finding a Hearing allows you to look for a hearing throughout the state, and you can search by county, by judge, by docket type. You have a pull-down menu here. I'll go down and show you Shawnee County. And then you can search for the particular judge right here, or docket type, and it will give you a list of all the hearings. So if you're interested in seeing a particular judge, a particular court, a particular docket type, you can go through that hearing search. We, of course, have a quick link to requesting or searching court records, which is also a popular function. Paying a fine or fee will give you a link directly to the Central Payment Center where you can make payments online. You can also look for a list of district court filing fees. We have a link here for finding legal assistance, and it has a list of different resources, including legal aid resources. It also has a connection to a website called Kansas Free Legal Answers, where people can connect with pro bono attorneys to get brief legal assistance. Down here at the bottom is different topical areas. These are areas frequently researched within the court system for people who are visiting the courts. I'll go to the protection order one to give an example of what's on these pages. So the protection order one has a filing portal right here where people can file online. So that's the first link right there. Marriage licenses and protection orders are the two areas where we have those portals. But we also on these topical pages have things, for example, the flow chart for how the court process works. We also have videos on this page that explain how a protection order hearing works within the court system. And there's different topical areas, as you saw on the prior screen, for different issues. There's a number of sections that are still under development on this website that we're working through. I also wanted to note that if you're interested in referring people out to this website, at the very bottom of the footer of that page, there is a referral card that you can print out and provide to anyone who's interested. It has a QR code. You could easily get to the website. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. And I'm assuming when the main judicial website is redone, it will link to this one.
Yes, and this actually does on the main judicial website. You can see the self-help link right there, the fourth one over on that white menu. So it is an external website right now. It's not part of our main website, but it's styled to look like the main website. And so you can get to it from there. Once they redo the website, it will be more thoroughly integrated. Yeah.
All right, great. Any other questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had the map up there that showed which counties you had. Are those physical brick and mortar kind of places folks can go? I mean, because you're calling it self-help, yet they're going into a building. I get the website is self-helping, but it seems like there's another level here.
Yep, so the physical locations that you saw on the map, they're locations at a courthouse, and the services that are there vary depending on the district court. So if you go to Johnson County or Douglas County, they have a physical space that's staffed and that has resources there. In some other counties, it may just be a corner in the courthouse where they have a computer and a printer, and it's unstaffed. It depends on the demands of the district and what resources the county has provided. And so, yes, those are all physical locations when you see on the map. And we're adding more. We'll have probably 5 more opening this year in different counties across the state.
You find those are fairly heavily used? People walk in because they choose not to do it online?
Well, it depends on the county, of course. And so definitely in the more populated counties, we have quite a lot of foot traffic on every day of the week. In some of the more rural counties, just like with the courthouse, there isn't necessarily as much foot traffic, and that's the reason why you don't necessarily need them in every single county. But that's why the resources vary too. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other questions?
All right.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, Alex.
Alex Wong, Chief IT Officer for Judicial Branch. So moving forward.
And I wanted to make sure everybody talks into the mic really good because they're having trouble hearing, I guess, online. So.
Okay. All right. So again, the website for the self-help services is on your list, and so you can also utilize that to try it out yourself. And we really find that is, we get a lot of positive feedback on this project because it is really so hard for most people to look at finding those services separately. So this is the first time that we put everything together in the same page so that if you have any feedback on those from your constituents as well, please let us know. We would like to continue to improve on this website. So next up, Senate Bill 291 update. So we talked about the question that Senator Cruz mentioned earlier about the website. So in addition to the websites, I kind of mentioned email and also the e-filing and case management system. One thing that I missed is the Zoom. We did use the Zoom commercial platform before, and we also switched to Zoom.gov now. So everything is on the .gov environment. Second part of it is you already heard from the revisor earlier about all the requirements that our judicial branch has to comply for SB 291. And one of those that you have heard is the plan to put a plan together of providing state-owned workstations and state-owned network for judicial branch services and applications utilizing Kenwin as the network to transmit between counties and Topeka, which is where our application is hosted. So we need to identify a third-party vendor to help us put this plan together because it is huge, complicated. And we went through a competitive bid process, and we identified Gartner as our vendor as well because of their internal knowledge that they already have with Kansas and already working with Jeff on executive branch. So they have a lot of those internal information that is really advantageous to us. And then the other part is also they are the lowest bid from all the bids that we have. So we have selected them to help us out. We are starting the project a month ago, and we are putting together a communication plan right now to start to let all the counties know about these projects because we do have to work directly with county IT in this effort. A lot of the equipment and network that we currently use are county equipment and county network. And so we have to work together with them in order for this planning to be successful. So next.
Alex, I'm gonna just kind of stop you there. And so if we did that, and this is a plan, so if we did implement it, it's a pretty big shift from where we are now because like you said, right now, the counties all provide that equipment. This would be the state bringing money in to provide that equipment. So again, if there's a cost, it's gonna be a cost to the state to that. And then the Can-Win network does have its limits when we get out into, especially far western Kansas. That could be an issue too, right?
That's where we need to work with Jeff on, because there are, like you said, Kenwin doesn't go to all the 105 different counties courthouse. And that's where our court is operated from. So rural counties, like the ones that you have mentioned on the northwest corner or the southeast corner, we will have to figure it out through this planning process, the cost of connecting them to Kenwin. What is that going to look like? Is there any other alternative to provide similar services secured? So those are the things that I'm hoping that this project will come up with, but that certainly costs for both the networking side and the workstation side as well.
So does the current bill give you the bill, I guess it's just a plan, so it does give you the ability to look at other options than just Canwin, right? Or,
Yes, we are hoping
because it
that-
specifically says Canwin in it.
Yes, so we have to comply with the statute, which is Kenwin. Kenwin is written in the statute that we have to utilize Kenwin to transmit our network. So that will be part of the requirements for Gartner to comply. But we also want to understand what are the alternatives, if there's any, that we can also use as well.
So would it be beneficial if the legislature gave a little more leeway there in allowing for alternatives?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? All right, doesn't look like it. Continue on then.
All right, thank you. So last slide that I have is the AI committee. So AI right now is a hot topic. I think most of the state, federal, county level are all discussing how this technology is impacting our services, our operations. And so we recognize that in judicial branch, and the Chief Justice Lukert have assigned and actually executed an executive order, which I have a link below if you're interested to read the whole thing, which is Executive Order 2025 CM 017, which created a AI committee specifically to look at both internal and external use cases for how Gen AI is going to impact judicial branch. So they will recommend, this committee will also recommend policy and procedure for Supreme Court to review and serve as the AI governance body for the judicial branch as well. So I will go a little bit further into things that we have talked about so far. So externally, you might wonder, and this already happened, which is a lot of litigants is already using Gen AI to create both documentation. Some of them are using that to create sometimes evidence as well. So things that we needed to look at of, do we need to create any other rules to guide the usage of it? What is it going to be appropriate? What is going to be inappropriate? How do we navigate around what are evidence that's admissible versus not admissible? Things like that. So that is kind of like the external usage of it, how it is being used to file cases. How is it being used for the court hearings and the court proceedings? Those are some of the external stuff that we're focusing on. Internally, it's more like doing research, right? Using Gen AI to do research on a lot of citing previous cases, citing things that you can use for writing, drafting, documentation, things like that. So we are looking at all those use cases to understand the risk and the benefit of it, and to decide if there's any policy and rules that needs to be established to guide the usage of it. We are assigned to complete the recommendation before the end of this calendar year. So when we have more recommendation to share, we'll bring it back to the committee as well. With that said, that is the end of my presentation.
All right.
Is there any questions for me?
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Alex, thanks again for the presentation. I'm just curious on your 21-member AI committee, what's the makeup? And 21 is always a large number for a committee. I'm just curious how, who are the members and how are they decided?
So first, okay. So if you can see my screen here, the makeup of the committees are, so we started with district courts. So we have chief judges. We have
Sorry,
court reporters.
Alex, any way you can make that larger? I
Oh,
can't.
sure.
I mean, I even put the glasses on, or just, yeah, I mean, you can email it to James and we can look at it.
Committee members, and it is also in the link at the bottom of that slide, so you can use that as well. So we have, you can see from district court, we have chief judges, we have court reporters, we have court administrators from the different districts, both from urban and rural districts. And then if you keep going down, you'll see also from appellate, we have Judge Pickering from the Court of Appeals. We have the General Counsel of the Chief Justice in the committee, and then at the end, administrative staff. So we do have a Deputy District Court Clerk, and both myself and our CISO, Evan Bird, and Sarah, which you just met, and our Deputy Disciplinary Administrator as well. So 3 major area: court, appellate, both district and appellate court, and also administrative staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alex.
All right, any other questions? All right, Alex, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, and also want to thank the judiciary for getting us on time. We're back on time again. All right, so next we have a presentation on the Information Network of Kansas. Murray McGee, who's executive director, and I thought it'd be a good idea for us to have a presentation on ink. It's something that is used quite a bit, and I think probably not necessarily understood a lot. So appreciate Mr. McGee for coming, and also wanted to point out former Representative Tom Sloan there. Welcome back to the Capitol. We have it on paper, so let's go ahead and start. All right. Can you get closer to the mic? People are having trouble hearing you
Hearing
from
online?
the online. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So also, people are able to go in, they can look up licenses, or people can renew their licenses. Whether that be for cosmetology, veterinary, medical licenses, those sort of applications, we provide those platforms. And one of the largest things we do is payment processing. We have a product called CanPay, and that is online payment processing for agencies through their websites and over-the-counter payment processing. We also work with a lot of not only state agencies, but a lot of local government entities. So if your local city utility department contracts with us, you may go in and make your payment at your local utility office, and that could be through CanPay. And the card devices are there that are provided through us for that city to utilize for your utility payments. Overall, we process about $600 million a year for state and local government entities. On our governments, we are governed by a board of directors. As you noticed, our chairman, Tom Sloan, is here. He represents the Kansas Rural Water Association. Vice chair is Kate Butler, representing the Kansas Bar Association. Secretary Treasurer is Bruce Cladney. Bruce is here today. He's representing the Kansas Association of Counties, representing all the counties that we work with. As you see, we have representatives from the Library Association, the Secretary of State, the Executive Branch, CEDO. Jeff is on our board of directors, the Department of Commerce, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary Tolan is on the board, as well as Secretary Burghardt from Kansas Department of Revenue. Some of them also have proxies that attend the meetings in their place, or Secretary of State, Secretary of Commerce, and Secretary of Revenue. Also, I have, with our staff, there's two of us, myself, and we have a Chief Administrative Officer. Dusty Circa is here today. And then, as I said, we've contracted since 1991 with Kansas Information Consortium, and their general manager is Ryan Weber. Our mission at Inc. is to enable digital access to state and local government information and services that are for the public use and the public benefit. We want people, the residents, to have access to information both when and where they are needed. That's why a lot of things, of course, today are going to mobile platforms. People can have that information at their fingertips on a mobile device as well. As far as services we're providing right now, Information Network of Kansas has about 1,300 services or applications that we provide. Currently providing services to 45 state agencies and departments. Several more contracts are pending. We meet monthly. Our last board meeting, we approved 8 more contracts. I believe 6 or 7 of those were for local government and 1 was for a state agency. Wide variety of agencies that we work with: Department of Revenue, Commerce, Department of Ag, the Water Office, Kansas Corporation Commission, KBI. We also have contracts with 71 cities right now. All 105 counties are we're providing some service in some form to every county. We work and have contracts with 51 school districts. We're continuing to add to that list. Also 11 different universities and campus locations, variety of campus locations and organizations. And then we're also providing services, again, probably through CanPay or library services for your libraries, your local rural water districts, a lot of their payment processing. We are doing county 4-H clubs and extension groups. Our biggest partner is, of course, the Department of Revenue. We're providing support and platforms for them for driver solutions programs, tax record requests, motor vehicle records. We also have a couple of things that are really, I think, beneficial to the public. The Division of Motor Vehicles appointment scheduling. If you're going to renew your driver's license, you can go on and you could set up an appointment with the DMV office to know that you're going to go at this date and that time to go renew your license. And if that time's not available in your county, you can look at your neighboring county and they might have the time that you need available and you can schedule over there. We also provide scheduling service for the Taxpayer Assistance Center appointments. And that is a tool we're starting to reach out more to agencies to help the public interacting with state agencies. We also assist with the court e-filing system, Department of Commerce payment processing for a lot of their programs, Department of Ag for payment processing, the Public Disclosure Commission. We provide the platforms for their campaign finance data, ethics opinion searches, and lobbyist expenditure reports. For the Highway Patrol, crash log data, online accident reporting, motor vehicle VIN checks, and one of the things we're working on, as I mentioned, we're now working on where people can schedule your VIN checks as well. You could schedule those in advance. I mentioned earlier that we contract with the Kansas Information Consortium. They provide our network manager services, the technical side of our operation, and that is through a contract which they were awarded back in 1991. Their parent company at that time was the National Information Consortium, NIC. So you hear these terms of Inc., KIC, and NIC, and it gets confusing. But that kind of explains it. Is Information Network of Kansas is the business operation, the operational arm that we have. KIC is our technical side of our operation, and we contract with them to provide those services, and we'll get into that a little bit more. In 2021, NIC was acquired by Tyler Technologies out of Plano. They do have staff here in Topeka. They provide 14 staff that create and support services on our behalf. They provide all the software and hardware, as I mentioned, card devices, all the network hardware, disaster recovery, the testing, the planning, and the personnel to support. Software that is utilized in the operation of the network is licensed to Inc. under a perpetual non-exclusive license. We do hold them to standards. They are required to provide 99.9% network availability. If they do not meet that, there is a penalty clause in our contract. They are also are required to comply with OITS and ITEC standards. And again, all of our contracts, agencies contract with Inc. And ultimately, terms of contracts are determined by the contracting agency and they are approved by the Inc. Board of Directors. We can direct, and we have directed KIC at times provide services at no charge. Because there's some services we need to get available to the public. By our statute, Inc. was designed as a self-funded enterprise. We receive no state appropriated tax dollars. Again, we're collecting about $600 million per year for our government partners at the state and local level. We're helping them fulfill hundreds of contracts for thousands of vendors and private sector subscribers. In 2023, the revenue collected was over $615 million. In 2024, it was $581 million. What happens there is those funds are collected into a network operating account, and then they are sent to the appropriate state or local government agency. Inc.'s primary revenue is the payment processing fees, subscriber fees, or user fees. That's what funds us. And we actually share, we have a revenue share agreement with KIC. So we split those fees with KIC. On financial controls, we have our own internal controls through our staff as the funds come in. Those are monitored. The board sees the monthly financial reports. My CPA is also gathering that same information and monitoring those funds as they come into the account and then are dispersed to the agencies out of the account. My CPA also compiles a report on that. And then we have a third-party auditor that also provides an audit for our financials. We do provide a variety of services at no cost. The KBI Amber Alert system is one of the most notable. Most agency website development projects, we like to if we have the opportunity, if an agency needs a website developed, but then they need additional tools behind, whether it be CanPay or some other fee-based service, we will develop the website at no cost. Our costs come off of the backside of that, the payment processing or whatever supports that. We also create websites for agencies who are hosting their own conference. One that comes to mind, the KBI hosts a lab technicians conference, and we put that website up for them so that people can register to attend that event for them. The Kansas Law Enforcement Memorial site, we have a chat box we refer to as Agent K that we can make available to agencies to use. And then, of course, those scheduling tools that I had mentioned. And we also provide the Department of Revenue's web file platform at no cost. Special services that we have provided in the past, we assisted with the COVID-19 dashboard. We supported the AV acquisition for the House and Senate chambers for the legislative hearings. We supported the statewide broadband mapping project. And last year, you may recall, voting to select a new license plate. We put that website up very quickly with images so the public could vote on that. We had that up within a few days, and then there was another vote later on, so we did it a second time using the same platform. We also operate a grant program. We earmark a portion of our operating funds for that. All state and local government entities are eligible to apply. We do, if a state or local government agency applies, we do ask them to explain why they're coming to the grant program and why they're not using an existing resource or requesting resources through the legislature or their local governing body. And that is part of the form. On that grant program, we also want to make sure that we are expanding the network of information that's available to the public. And we also are fitting within the mission of the state. Our grant program from 2002 to 2020 awarded 49 grants, totaling about $6 million. There's a little overlap in this data with 2020 here. 2020 to 2025, we awarded 10 grants, totaling $4.2 million. So from 2002 to today, 23 years, we've granted about $10 million. Some of those have gone Department of Revenue for a property valuation data portal that's receiving about 100,000 page views per month. Kansas Bureau of Investigations for enhancements that have recently been made to the Amber Alert system, the State Historical Society's memory.gov site, and the Kansas Biological Survey is another example with the data mapping that they are doing for wildlife and plants. That is data that Wildlife and Parks is really excited about. There's a lot of environmental data in there that's been very valuable. Other states are looking at it as well. It's been a very, very interesting project. Some key initiatives going forward. We've been in existence since 1990. We've operated for a very long time now with basically the same business model. I've been with Inc. year and a half, almost 2 years now. We're now going through a process with a consultant, and we are reviewing our business model. We want to do what we can to improve our efficiencies. We want to continue to be able to provide low cost and no cost services and continue to help get information out to the public. We want to make sure that we're looking at ways that we could continue to increase the services that are available to the public. And as technology is changing so rapidly, we need to keep up with that as well as we can. And like I said, we need to continue to support as many free and low-cost services as we can. In summary, I ask you keep in mind that Kansas is the birthplace of e-government in the country. Started in 1990. Inc. itself, Information Network of Kansas, is defined as a quasi-governmental corporation. We are governed by a board of directors with members that are defined by statute, and they're appointed by the governor. We have 2 staff members, and neither of us are state employees. Kansas Information Consortium is providing support with 14 staff from their company. We do operate under a self-funded model. And we have a mission, and that is to enable digital access to state and local government information, again, for public use and benefit. And we want to continue to provide services not only to the largest of agencies, but very important that we also be able to provide services to the smallest of agencies that may or may not have a lot of resources, may not have some of the IT savvy. That's where we find our balance, is we work with the biggest of agencies. We also want to continue working with the smallest of agencies as well. And we're making added efforts to work at the local level. Last year, my first year here, I actually did a tour of the state, meeting with cities and counties. At the local level here with state agencies, we've had 2 what we call showcase events, offering the opportunity for agencies to come in and learn more about us and learn what tools we could provide for them. And next month, we're getting ready for another local showcase event. It will be a virtual event, again, to talk with cities and counties and schools about what we could do for them. That is all that I have for you right now. I'll stand for any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Mr. McGee. I did have a couple questions. So the ICANN network or the ICANN app, is that you guys? Okay, that's not. Okay. And then do you report anything to the legislature? There's anything in the statutes that says you have to report certain to the legislature at certain times?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Just curious. And then my last question is how does Inc., I guess, merge in with OITS? I mean, as far as how do you guys work together with OITS?
As I had mentioned, Jeff Maxon is on our board of directors, and then as an agency contracts with us for a project, those projects are reviewed through OITS, and again, everything has to meet the ITEC standards as well.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's kind of a follow-up for you from yours. Have you been audited for security, legislative post-audit, or anyone taking a look at your systems?
I believe the security audits are done with KIC. They go through security. They go through security audits, I believe. Inc. itself, does not, because we're the business operation side, but I don't think we do.
That's what I was afraid of, Mr. Chairman. They have a lot of data that is very important to Kansans. Also, you used to give access to legislators to your system. I called about that a few years ago, was denied. Why did that change? What happened? Why did legislators used to have access to it and now we don't?
I don't know the answer to that. That was prior to me. I will look into that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Yep. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So I'm just somewhat interested as a member of the Senate Financial and Insurance Committee. We had a new bill that talked about being able to get records from insurance companies.
Right.
Based on your license plate. So did you have an involvement in that process or, okay. I was just wondering how some of those projects came up and what your connections might be with legislation that we pass that's requiring data to be shared.
Yeah, we were not part of that process.
Senator Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Today, how does the capability of Inc. and Kansas e-government compare with other states?
What was the last part of that? I apologize.
How does e-government in Kansas compare with other states?
We are a bit unique in the way we operate. We actually, through our looking at our business model, have spoken with, I think, 13 other states, and everybody seems to be doing it a little bit different. There's not a one size fits all for anyone, and there's some things that we like about other models and some that other states like about ours. And I will go ahead and state one of the things that we are looking at is right now we have one vendor, and we are looking at the possibility of having multiple vendors so that we have more options for agencies to consider. That could also help us in pricing. It helps us in flexibility. It helps us lean towards the strengths of different vendors. And that's one of the things that we have learned, and that's one of the things we're looking at.
I'm not exactly sure how to, it's a little bit back to the question I was, since 1990, things have changed tremendously. In 1990, I'm sure we didn't have information technology. OITS wasn't there and all that. So I guess as we've now kind of evolved, I'm trying to see how why do we have in some ways why do we have both? Why do we have Inc. and we have OITS? I guess I'm trying to totally understand where that partnership comes together and why.
Yeah, I think some of the key components of that is our mission, and the way we are structured is we are, our mission is just simply to focus, everything we do has to have a public-facing component. And that is our focus, is getting information onto a digital platform for the public. And that's the scope of it. What supports us is that payment processing component and the data, and part of the data, I should say, the data actually still resides with the agencies. But the payment processing, the fee structure that we have right now is what supports our ability to keep pushing these things out. And it enables us to hold costs down. For example, we recently just raised what we call the blended rate, a blended rate for developing a website or something like that. So where if you went out on the market to find someone to do that, it may cost $175, $200 an hour to develop that. We control that fee, and we set it that we just recently raised it to $150. We're not out to make the $200 an hour. We want to get the websites built. We want to help the agencies make sure they're ADA compliant. Those are what we are tasked with by statute.
Okay. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you talked about you only had one vendor. I'm curious, like, when you are procuring, what kind of procurement process do you follow? Do you go out for an RFP or?
We have put out an RFP. We started with RFI and then we went through the RFI process, narrowed our list, and then have gone to RFP. And we've divided it into, again, areas of need: payment processing, website, web hosting, the different areas that we work in, so that we can find those vendors who are the strongest in those areas.
So if I may follow up, so it is like a competitive bidding process where you put it out so other vendors can bid? Is that?
Yeah, we started with a list of over 200 vendors.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. McGee, for being here.
And I will follow up on your question, Senator.
Yeah, that'd be great. If you could send that to James, and then James will get that out to everybody.
I will do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, committee, we have, we're actually running just a little bit ahead of schedule, and because the chairman needs a break, we're going to take a break for about, let's come back here at 10:55. You ready? All right, let's come back to order. We have one more presentation before lunch, and that is the legislative branch IT update. Tom, are you starting that? All right, Tom Day, our Director of Legislative Administrative Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Tom Day, Director of Legislative Administrative Services and the acting CTO for the legislative branch. We've been asked today to give an update on the legislative branch IT issues, and I want to give you an update first before we get into some presentations. The updates that we're going to give deal with the ks modernization project, also artificial intelligence policies and for the legislature, and cybersecurity update as well. But first I want to talk about the legislative chief information technology officer. For those of you that know, the position has been vacant other than me in the acting role of that for about a year now. The job has been posted, the posting has closed, and we are currently in the process of evaluating all the applications that came in. I have requested and have been granted a person out of each legislative agency to review the applications and cut them down to a workable size, those that are qualified for the position, as well as those looking at all of the applications to make sure that we don't miss someone just based on what they have on paper and reviewing all those applications. So I have representatives from the Legislative Research Department, Revisor's Office, Legislative Post Audit, and my office reviewing all those applications to find the best candidates out of this round of the posting for the Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer. Also, I want to talk about, Natalie brought up during her briefing of Senate Bill 291, all the requirements that are in Senate Bill 291 currently. And one of those requirements we talked about early on, you had all the CTOs come up and talk about the .gov. We are in compliance with that all the way through the legislative branch. And one of the other requirements in there is that each branch has a chief information security officer. Currently, the legislative branch does not have a chief information security officer per se. I did put that into the budget for the 25-26 budget year during the 25 session, and that position, as well as the funding for that position, was cut in the final days of the budget process. So I will be putting that in again this year and putting the CISO position in to the legislature's budget, and we'll see where it goes from this point. It was an enhancement, and but it did get cut in somewhere along the line during the budget process. I want to also say that 3 members of the IT staff are here with me today. 2 of them will be doing presentations, but I'd like to introduce the 3 of them that are here. We have Eric Teal, the Director of Application Services, John Langer, the Director of Technical Services, and Bob Murphy, the Security Engineer for the IT Department. Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, at this point I would like to turn it over, unless there are questions for me, I'd like to turn it over to Eric Teal to give an update on the ks modernization project, and then Bob Murphy will give the updates on the AI policies as well as cybersecurity.
Okay. I'm a little curious on the funding for the KISO. Do you know, did we give a reason why we'd cut it out?
No, sir. There was one day it was there and the next day it wasn't. And there was a short meeting in between, but all I know is it was gone.
Okay, so it wasn't because you weren't going to be able to fill it or whatever in that year?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And it was in the 26 enhancements.
Okay, all right. We'll have to watch for that in this next year. And I know, those darn budget people. The other is if you could tell us, was there a pretty large number of applicants, or is it fairly small for the new position?
Mr. Chairman, in my mind, it was a small number of applicants. I received 13 applications. But I can tell you, when I did it a year ago, posted the position in July of 2024, I received 10 applications at that point. So is that a good number? I really don't know. I kind of expected, with some other changes throughout the city of Topeka and or the area with some computer staffing. And by the way, this position is an on-premise position. It is not a remote position. So I don't know whether that has anything to do with it anymore, because a lot of IT positions, those folks on the outside are looking for remote positions. And I can tell you that one of my applicants lives in Mesa, Arizona, and wants a remote position or one within 1 hour of Yuma, Arizona.
Hey. Probably not on the top of the list. Yeah. All right. Any other questions for Tom before we turn it over to Eric? All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
Eric?
Good morning, Chairman and committee. My name is Eric Teal, and as Tom said, I'm the Director of Application Services, and I'm kind of here to provide an update.
Sure you get close to the mic. I know it's
There.
Here we go.
Any better? Okay. I'm here to provide an update on the KLS modernization project. You should have my written testimony in your packet there today, but just to kind of summarize, on December 2nd of 2024, the KLS modernization project steering committee recommended that the production deployment of the KLS bill drafting system take place after the conclusion of the 2025 legislative session. This extension was in line with the original terms of the build contract that was executed in October of 2022, which provided for a planned completion date of June 30th, 2025. On July 7th of this year, the KLS modernization project steering committee again informed the LCC that the production deployment of the KLS bill drafting system did not occur on June 30th as planned. This was due to missing functionality. The steering committee also informed the LCC that they were working with the vendor to establish firm deadlines to have the bill drafting system deployed during the late summer. Hopefully, actually one by like September 2nd, but we're saying with a system-ready system deployed by October 1st. Then kind of summing it up, staff from the revisor's office, my office, we're currently testing the system as new releases are made available. But we currently still have a number of complex bugs yet to be resolved, and we still have to work on data validation all that needs to be completed before a final decision can be made for a go-live date. And with that, I'm happy to try to answer questions. We also have a few other people here that might be able to.
Okay. Any questions for Eric about, okay, so I guess if the October 1st we get there and it's still not ready, is probably going to be punted till next year, just simply so we don't have the worry, or don't know?
We're still at the stage of testing, see what we've got, and as well as we got a lot of data migration to do. So we'd hope to have a decision made a lot sooner than October 1st. So.
Okay.
And as a backup, we can still use our current system. I know everybody, that's KLS is a 4-letter word sometimes, but actually it's 5, but so.
Right, yeah, that's what I was alluding to, that if we, not punt totally, I mean, punt and just use the last year, or the old system for the 26 session.
Correct. Yeah, we'd still be able to hold the 26th session.
Yeah. So what exactly has created the delay? I mean, it's not a long time, but it's still 4 or 5 month delay.
Mostly having the promised functionality on time so we can test it and get the bugs worked out and feel like it's a safe and stable system for us to work with. So
The company, from the company, that they didn't have everything worked out?
we're still working with them to get everything worked out there. So
Any other questions? Yeah, okay. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if, just kind of reading your words, it sounds like testing, you're saying that there's currently many complex bugs to be resolved. So it's going not well enough that you don't even, you can't even set like an end date at this point because the testing is, there's so much of.
Trying to get a new build every week with what we hope has enhancements and solves our problems from last week without introducing more regression into the system. So to answer your question, yeah, we're still testing, and as with all testing, you find bugs.
And they continue to be of a magnitude that you don't feel like you're getting, the funnel isn't funneling yet. The funnel's still wide.
We're still discovering additional issues as we go.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the update. I'm reading your nonverbals here, and I'm getting this sense like this isn't normal. I mean, it sounds like it's 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Describe from your experience, should we not be concerned? Or is this really an outlier of something that you've never experienced?
Well, I read someplace the other day that 70% of all IT projects wind up being delayed for some reason or another. So I wouldn't say this is abnormal, but we do have some concerns. But we're trying to work with the vendor and everybody to get them resolved in a timely manner.
So this isn't an internal, this is a vendor issue? Is that what it? Okay.
Senator Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Is there any risk of this project running over budget?
This is a time and material contract, so we are watching that closely. We have phase 1 and phase 2 money, but are we running ahead of budget? I don't think we're ways ahead or behind, however you want to look at it. We spent a little bit more than we thought we would at this time, but we've also got we started on phase 2 analysis and design work for a chamber system and other things like that. So there might have
What'd you say?
nothing.
Oh.
Should hit mute before I.
Right. Do you guys want to add anything to that? Okay, Tom?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rose, the project is in 2 phases. And we are, the bill drafting phase of the system is phase 1, and that's what we are currently in. However, some of the phase 2 issues have been worked on in phase 1, and then we pushed them off to phase 2. So to answer your question about over budget, the answer is we won't know until we really get into phase 2 whether we are truly over budget. Now, we are over budget as far as where the company thought they would be able to do the project in the first phase of the contract. Then we had the amendment. Now, we also have American Rescue, whatever it is, ARPA funds that we are using as well. And so those ARPA funds expire in September of 26. We have to have all of that paid or we give it back to the federal government. I mean, we have to have all of it used. So a true answer to are we over budget we won't truly know until we get into the phase 2 and all of the phase 2 projects completed as well. The main focus of the KLIS modernization project was bill drafting system. And that's where we are to upgrade the bill drafting system. I would agree with Representative Haskins' comments. Are we making one step forward, two steps back? The answer is we are making one step forward, two steps back, but then we also get into a situation where we take two steps forward and only one step back. So we're kind of in that conundrum of we need more functionality to be able to go truly live for the 2026 session.
Thank you both for the detailed explanation, and thank you, Chair.
So is this, do you think that Propylone didn't totally understand what your needs were for the bill or tracking system? And so they've, as they get into it, it's more than what they thought it was going to be?
From my perspective, Mr. Chairman, they don't have the same individuals working at Propylon that used to work on the old system. So to understand completely all the nuances that the Kansas legislature needs in a bill drafting system, and I will steal a quote, and it won't be the true quote of our reviser of statutes at the last Legislative Coordinating Council meeting. We have a very complex statutory framework that we have to work in a bill drafting system, unlike probably any other state in the union. And so working through those nuances, we thought they had a good understanding of what those nuances were, as opposed to just putting a off-the-shelf bill drafting system in our hands. But we are working through those changes, and I can tell you that between the IT staff here, as well as the reviser staff, they have just been busting themselves in testing and testing and testing. And Gordon's staff has been great at staying on that. He has some super testers, and he also has the rest of his legal staff, as well as administrative staff, working on the testing as well.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's good to hear that, I mean, we're dedicating internal resources to do the testing, but to the extent that the testing continues to be problematic, it's just eating up more and more of those resources to continue to do iterations of testing. So I'm wondering, you know, we're on a time and material contract with a vendor, and it's up to that vendor to assign their A players or their B players. What gives us hope that things going forward might be better than they have been? And that we're not just doing the definition of insanity, which is hoping for better outcomes. And
I'll give you my take, Representative. Representative Turner, I think they are putting their best people in the company on it and have had, and then they've lost some. They've had some out for surgeries, and we've lost timing there with the best people. I'm realistic, whether that is optimistic, but I remain more realistic and optimistic than I do pessimistic.
so, I mean, is there it's not a project manager on their side, right? I mean, have they changed staff or taken steps to improve things from their perspective, given the feedback?
I think that's better answered by Eric, because I'm not intimately involved in all the testing that goes on with it to know what staff's changed and what hasn't.
To answer your question is, yes, they're being responsive now. The project manager we had originally, who had some health issues, that was out for 3 months, she started back on the project, and we're back on it full-time as of today. I found out yesterday during a meeting we had with them, and as well as we've got their vice president of US operations will actually be here tomorrow to meet with myself, Tom, and anyone else that's available on the steering committee to continue to hash out and work out what we need to have and what we're seeing as issues. And yeah, we're trying, I guess, would be the best way I can say.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I guess to me, some of this brings up just a broader issue that it seems like we are having, not necessarily with this project or with, I can't remember what other project it was that is behind in the executive branch, simply because of the same issue that the project manager that we had or that they started with wasn't doing the job or quit or whatever. It seems like, I don't know how going forward, how we fix that, if there's a way to fix that, to make these companies a little bit more liable for their changes that they make that then put us behind or put us over budget or things like that. So I'm just throwing that out. I'm not sure that there is an answer to it, but it is frustrating as we see that in multiple projects. So any other question? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's a really good point. And we see it the same way in higher ed, in which we start to move down the road and then there's just turnover on that end and we have to start back up. Two questions, though, that I have is, as I relate with what you're saying with this two-step that you're doing, is it at a place where, for me, when I was in your shoes to a degree, if I've informed them this is the issue and then they fix it, but then it comes back as something else, a widget breaks on the other side, does the team just like, okay, we're done, they'll just stop and correct this? Or is it a complete list and here are the issues? Describe that process of testing for us.
Right now, it is still like a complete list of issues, bugs that we've come up with. We work with the vendor to prioritize which ones we're going to work on first. And then they give us a list when we get the new build of what was supposed to be fixed in that release. Then we fix it. We test those individually, and then we do whole regression testing. But we are getting to the point where we need to find a way to nail them down on fix this before we go on to that, because we seem to break this when you fix that type of thing.
And that's the second question I have, Mr. Chair, is from my experience, we work really hard to make sure that it's perfect, but it's never perfect until after you go live and you do a few updates. What's the measurement of how, the error rate or whatever it is until we can go live? Ours was like, if we're at 95% certain, we know there's going to be 5%, we're going to have those updates. Do you have that type of measurement? Are we not?
The best way to judge, we're judging it by kind of how far we can get through the legislative process. And I may ask Gordon and Natalie to chime in here too on how they see their testing going. But right now, we cannot make it all the way through the legislative process, like all the way to the conference committee stage without running into issues. Our goal there is to be able to get through, to be able to do your basic, build resolution all the way through,
right,
with minimal issues. And then we get to the more complex, we're willing to work with some workarounds that would be fixed in subsequent releases, but that's kind of where we're at.
No, that makes sense. The last question is, once it goes live, who's responsible internally for any updates? Or is that still going to be the vendor?
It'd be a combination of the two. Initially, for the first session or two, it'll be on the vendor more than us. Then we'll move into my staff taking that over.
Natalie or Gordon, would you like to chime in on the testing at all, or kind of maybe a little bit on the 95% question that Representative Haskins?
Yeah, Gordon Self, Reviser of Statutes. I think Eric relayed we were right in the middle of testing the most current version that's been given us, and we're early in that, but we are having issues with getting through, the whole process in order to be able to fully test. And because of that impediment, we're identifying issues as we go, but because we're not able to go through the full system, we haven't been able to even get to a point where we're seeing if there are additional issues, that we need to address. So, I'm staying focused on testing and trying not to get too far down the road. However, I appreciate, your concerns, because there is a point where a decision needs to be made about 2026, and none of us, nor you, want to be making that decision, or is it responsible to be making that decision in November or December. We are in the middle of a biennium, and that in of itself presents additional complications or issues. And so, although I'm focused on the testing, I'm also aware that there is going to come a point when the steering committee is going to have to make some hard decisions and make some recommendations to the Legislative Coordinating Council on the 2026 session. Now, it's kind of, if I had to analyze it, if Representative Turner came to me with a bill draft request, sometimes I draft it and I give him the first draft. I feel really good about it. Sometimes I don't want him to see the first or second draft. That's kind of the analogy that I think is appropriate for kind of where we're at. But obviously I need to get to a certain point, and that's what we're working for. And lastly, I say this every time that we talk about this with you all. You guys have a session, you have an aggressive session, you have what you want to accomplish. And so I know with the bill drafting system, one of the main things that everyone hopes for is fast. And I appreciate that. But I'm the reviser, and so my focus is always on accuracy. And so when I start looking at whatever recommendations I might make coming up for this session, it comes down to how I feel about this system in terms of accuracy. I'm comfortable using the old system for 2026 if that's where we will end up. So I'm comfortable with it. So we won't be left with nothing if ultimately our recommendation to the LCC and the decision they make is to not go live in 2026.
Yeah, thank you. And I think accuracy is important for us too, because I mean, what we hate the most is to pass something and then it come back later and it's like, oh, well, that's not exactly the way we wanted it, the way it's been. And I know you don't necessarily need to answer this, but I'm assuming, LCC will be ultimately the one to decide whether or not we go forward or go back to the old system. I'm assuming you have a date in your mind that you kind of like, this is the date that this decision has got to be made so that we are ready for the 26th with the old system or the new system.
When we addressed the LCC in July, we talked about October 1 as the date. They expressed a desire to have an answer or at least have a deliverable functional system earlier than that. So although October 1 is a date that we had presented to them, we are currently focusing on September 2 as a date, as a critical date. And like Representative Haskins said, I don't have an exact measurable for you right now, but I'm not expecting I got to have a perfect system or I'm not going to go. There is an element that we do have expectations that if we have a system that we feel good about, we do still have some time to make some additional adjustments. And then of course we also have live. But I will tell you, we've had some experiences going way back to the first go-round of the new bill drafting system when we went live where there were more problems than we could have expected or anticipated, and it actually affected the pace of your work. And I want to try to avoid that as well.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the information. And my question directly is for the revisers, and specifically having done this, what I have discovered is that those who have been present and working for the organization for quite some time have reservations about adopting a new user interface system. And I'm just curious if you could talk about how has the revisers been receiving this? Have we seen turnover based on this? What is because it's not going to look the same. I'm going to have to do something a little bit different. It always causes a little bit of angst. And how has that impacted reviser retention or any concerns in that area?
I'm trying to not compare Natalie to me, but no, honestly, I appreciate that. But what we've done is whenever we've implemented a bill drafting system, we've provided the opportunity for someone like Natalie, who's a wizard, who can do everything, and we give her that freedom, and we give her, with some constraints, but we give her that freedom to be able to utilize the system in the manner that she's able to because of her abilities and talents. We also have attorneys on the other end of the spectrum that aren't comfortable with that. And so we provide assistance, whether it's secretarial or input assistance. So honestly, I don't think it's an issue. It's an issue, it would be an issue if we weren't providing those resources, but those attorneys that have some reservations are provided the kinds of resources so that they're able to move forward with their work with assistance from others, just as Natalie's able to.
And that sounds like a logical and rational workaround, but my concern then goes, is one revisor going to end up doing another revisor's work? Because if you have turnover with your assistant secretaries, whoever it is, and the one revisor is relied on this, you're going to have that gap. And so I would hope that all revisors, the whole team, are cross-trained to a degree in which this is beneficial and we can move more efficient. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, but that was just a thought.
No, I appreciate that. And if I put my revisors, I put them into 3 groups. One, a group that can do all the work themselves, a group that can do most of the work, and sometimes they make decisions because of workload that they will take some work and ask assistance from a secretary. And then we have a very few that don't do any of the work themselves, and they're dependent on secretaries, et cetera. There's very little, if no cross work in the sense that Natalie is having to do the work of another revisor. Natalie has her assignments and she takes care of her assignments. If there is an attorney that doesn't utilize the system, then they have resources other than attorneys, and we have multi-layers of that. And I believe we have adequate, with those multi-layers, I believe we have adequate assistance for them and backup assistance.
That sounds great. And I don't want to go, once you believe that any revisor specifically comes to mind, the revisors are exceptional and they have saved me so many times. And I specifically like asking questions and they're always patient. So thank you.
So that kind of brings up, you're in the testing, but you're kind of having to train your revisors too at the same time, aren't you? Because the system's going to be different. And so in order to have time for the system to be ready, and then for 26, you're kind of a little bit doing both at the same time, right?
I would agree with that, but I think I forgot whether it was Eric or Tom alluded to, we have multi-layered testing. We use the word super testers. We have a few people that take the functionality that's presented to us or the version. And I have people that don't need to be trained, that they're in it and they're able to kind of do what I would call, the first viewing of it. And then they're able to assist all the others that are testing. We then have what I would call a second layer that anywhere up to about, it expands the testing group up to about 10 or 12. And those people are, very competent and may need a little bit of coaching, but not a lot. And then we have the third group, which expands our testing as high as 20. And I would agree in that terms, as those become involved in the testing, there is some training that needs to be done. But at the same time, I have people within my office that can present that training along with Eric's people. We've been upstairs, for the last year and a half with a group as high as 20, 25 people of the combined staffs that are working and collaborating. And the vendor will have representatives there as well to assist. Once the system's ready, yes, a training component is a critical part of the overall delivery of the system, both from the standpoint of Propylon providing that, along with Eric's people, along with internal. One of the successes, I will tell you, of this go-around versus in the past, and putting aside, some of our disappointments, but is that the full involvement of the vendor, LAS, IT, but primarily the addition of my staff, because we're the ones that are actually utilizing the system and probably know the most about it. So there's been full collaboration, from that standpoint.
All right, great. Any other questions? Well, I appreciate you guys' update on that, and I fully trust you guys to, to make the right decision and so that we're ready for 26. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Tom, who's next?
Mr. Chairman, next we'll have Bob Murphy up, who will discuss the API, the AI policies.
Welcome, Bob.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Bob Murphy. I'm the security engineer here at ks. First up, I'm going to be discussing AI policy for the legislature. I sent out a draft policy after the last meeting. I hope everybody had a chance to review it. I'd like to start off by saying there is currently no comprehensive federal law regulation on AI. So right now, everything is being done at the state level. So when it comes to policy for the legislature, that will of course depend on any legislation that you all pass, leadership decisions, and of course anything the LCC says. So this, like I said, this is a draft policy. There could be lots of changes to it that don't come from us, that come from legislators or other sources. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of give a general overview of things that we would really need to have in a policy when we pass one, more than specific talking points about this policy. And I'd like to start off with that by thanking Kimberly DeWitt at OITS, the Chief Data Officer, and the collective intelligence group that she has put together. They've got some really great content that they've been working on over there on AI policies and procedures. They're really simple and easy to adopt. And I'm hoping that we can take a lot of these tools and kind of use them here at the legislature. Saying that, I'm going to immediately take some cues from her and talk about our AI policy in line with the responsible AI exploration guidelines that they're drafting over there, because they really are great. And I'll start with the principles of AI usage that we really need to look at. So we're going to want to look at fairness, equity, and transparency. The AI systems, the way they are currently configured, are trained on data that may contain bias So we have to make sure that in any usage of AI, we have to have a user review process. So any content is reviewed for bias, for fairness, and we need to make sure that we are making people aware when AI content is being used. We don't want to present content to the public that has been generated by AI without them knowing that AI had played a part in that. Next, we want to look at privacy, security, and data governance. In the policy, there were some definitions of different AI models, open and closed AI models. So this will have to do with how the AI models are trained. And open AI models, any information you put in there can be used to train that model. So if you were to put in restricted use information or sensitive information of any type, that doesn't stay with you, whereas within a closed model, the models don't train on your information. So before we use any AI model, we need to look at what type of model is being used, because we don't want to put data at risk for privacy or security. Next, we really need to look at accountability and oversight. We need to document all AI system usage for institutional knowledge, and again, so we know what information is being put into an AI system and where that information is coming from, and what the intended purpose of that information is. It also helps us manage risk if we can track AI systems usage, because we can see those different vulnerability points. If somebody was to be putting information into an AI data model, that is going to increase our attack surface. We want to make sure that in this accountability and oversight also that the usage is approved by the appropriate, again, legislative leadership or departmental leadership. We never want to have somebody using an AI system, especially for a business purpose, without getting approval from the necessary parties, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And we also want to make sure that we're not incurring any extra costs or extra risks when we're using that AI system. AI systems should go through the same software approval process as other systems or services. OITS also has some tools in development for this that I'd really like to use. We also need to make sure that, again, anything that is generated by an AI system needs to be thoroughly reviewed by a subject matter expert. AI is not a subject matter expert. It's very smart. It can give you possibly correct answers, but we need, at this point in time, we still need a set of human eyes on whatever data is generated, at least one. Of course, best practice would be more than one, but you want to make sure whoever's looking at this AI-generated data is an expert in whatever they're looking at. I mean, that seems obvious, but you'd be surprised on how many use cases you can find online where somebody had, a legal opinion reviewed by a paralegal that was generated by AI who, is a college intern with, 2 law classes. I mean, you can Google stuff and find all sorts of use cases where a subject matter expert didn't properly review AI generated content and they just assumed that it was going to be correct. Next, we need to talk about readiness. We need to make sure that we aren't just throwing people into the deep end, so to speak, when using AI. It's requires specific training on prompts, how to prompt the system, because you can, again, easily introduce bias if you prompt the system incorrectly. The way the systems work right now is they're not really thinking for themselves. They're taking a large data set and drawing conclusions essentially based on algorithms that however they're trained on the algorithms. So if you are putting information into that system that goes a certain way, your answer is also going to go that way. Or if the information already put in is going a certain way, your answer is going to go that way too. So we need to make sure that before we start using it, our users are trained on how to properly prompt the system to get unbiased prompts and find correct information. And again, we'll talk a little bit about that later on with risks. And then we need to make sure we're using, especially here at the legislature, and we are public-facing, AI systems for public benefit and to improve efficiency. The use of an AI system should primarily focus on completing departmental goals and serving the public benefit as efficiently as possible, as directed, of course, by leadership once again. And I want to reiterate this, if we present AI-generated information to the public, if it's published on a website, if we're using it in a booklet, we really need to annotate where the AI tools were used and be prepared to provide documentation on AI usage. I found a couple cases in other states that are already using AI for official business, where open records, and maybe not in our state, but where open records requests were put in how was this AI tool used? What information did you put into the AI tool? And they weren't able to provide that. And so that's definitely not a good thing. So we want to make sure we document all of that and we let people know this is where it was used. And in case somebody does have a question, that we can easily answer that question. Next, we want to move on to risks of AI usage. So an AI system can provide incorrect output. It happens frequently, depending on how often you use them. They may just be simply inaccurate or false. That may have to do with the data set it was trained on. That may have to do with how the system is prompted. That, there's also a thing called AI hallucinations, which is kind of just where the AI just makes stuff up. It's, again, it's just a computer system. It's not actually thinking at this point in time. It's using algorithms to essentially use probability and give you the best answer it can possibly come up with. Another one, risk is, again, bias. If the data an AI system is trained on contains bias, regardless of the source, its output can reflect and possibly perpetuate that bias. The Grok AI system is a great example. They've been using tweets or X posts, whatever you call them now, to train that AI system. And they've been taking that data from years and years and years of that stuff. So in pretty much every release since they've had it, they've had to do some sort of tweaking. The 4.0 release would give you, if prompted, just simple questions about the Nazis would start telling you about how correct Nazis were and how Hitler was right and things like that. So they actually had to pull that release. We have to be aware of what data is getting put into those AI systems, and most of that information is publicly available. And if we can't find it, we probably don't want to use that AI system, especially at the legislature, to make sure that we're not getting biased responses. Next, we have to, of course, it's a security risk, especially with open AI systems. They run the risk of exposing restricted use information and sensitive information if it's put in there. And they create new attack surfaces because essentially all you're doing is you're giving something else information, and another way into your computer. Basically, with anything you use online, you're doing that. But with AI systems, it's just another method of that. We also want to look at privacy concerns. You never want to put any kind of sensitive or personal information into an AI system. That would be names, date of birth, anything you don't want people knowing, don't put it in an AI system. Don't ask it questions about your personal banking, things like that. As with any system that processes data, there's a risk of a leak or exposure of the sensitive information. So this includes even prompts or queries. Some people think that if, and there's an important distinction because most of the AI systems now, you can put files in there and you can say, put a document into the system and then ask the system to do something to the file, add a photo or revise the file or whatever. But they don't think about, well, when I'm asking it a question, I can ask it whatever I want, but I'm not going to give it any of my personal information. Well, you have to make the distinction that when you are asking it a question, you are giving it whatever information you're asking it. It records all of that information. So any question you ask, any prompt, any query, that information is recorded and again used to train the model, especially with open models. Also have to look out for intellectual property and copyright infringement. Again, not all models are created equal, not all AI models. Some of them have ingested information that was not obtained lawfully, so the output that they give may not be lawful. It may infringe on intellectual property or on copyright. Supply chain and component integration is another big one that not a lot of people think about. Procured data sets, pre-trained models, and software libraries utilized in AI systems may have been improperly obtained or improperly vetted, which creates extra risks. Essentially, again, we need to look at where is the data coming from before we use any AI systems. Is this a reputable company? Have there been any news stories about, them stealing data or have there, anything like that? We need to look for those things. And then we need to also acknowledge that AI can produce harmful and unethical content if you prompt it to. So, there have been a lot of, the term deepfake is used a lot. We're making inappropriate videos and images of people using their faces that can be done easily with AI nowadays. So there are specific systems that are designed to do just that, and that's their main purpose. We want to avoid those systems because, again, when a AI system does that, the overall usage probably isn't going to be legitimate. The data set's probably going to be bad, and there's a good chance they're not going to tell you up front what what is actually going on with your data, because that's a pretty unethical usage of the system. So we just need to make sure that we are really, really vetting any AI systems that we're using, and that gets into AI usage approval. Of course, like I said, when I started, this is all going to depend on legislation that's passed, legislative leadership, and what the LCC decides when we're talking usage approval. But for any new tools or AI add-ons, we really want to consult with the Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer, the reviser of statutes, to make sure that your use case is going to fall within legal guidelines, especially state of Kansas laws. And, again, just we don't have anything currently on the books that I'm aware of, but it's better safe than sorry. And then, of course, any of your appropriate leadership or management personnel, just because you ask the CETO and then the reviser and they say, oh yeah, there's no problem with it. If you got a boss, you want to make sure you ask your boss too. And I say that mainly for all the people listening. And we also want to make sure that the AI usage is lawful, ethical, transparent, and necessary. I think a lot of usage nowadays is, it makes things easier. Easier is not necessarily the best route to go, especially at this point in time when it's such a new technology and there's so many things that we don't know, and there are so many companies getting into it that we don't know a lot about the companies, where they come from, where the data is being stored. So we need to make sure that the use is absolutely necessary, and we have gone through this vetting process to make sure that the AI usage is appropriate. And that's, those are the things we really need to make sure we have in any AI policy, which is in this draft policy, whatever we decide to draft, as the legislature, whether it be the IT department or if, the legislator itself or the LCC directly drafts that policy. We just need to make sure we cover all of those areas. And I think it would be very advisable to really collaborate with the executive branch, and especially Kimberly DeWitt. Like I said, I want to mention her again because they've been super open and doing an amazing job at putting out information about AI data and AI policies and things like that. So, whatever we do, I think we really need to collaborate with them because, they've been doing an amazing job and really working hard to get information out to us and to the judicial branch and to other state agencies. So, at this time, does anybody have any questions?
I haven't asked leadership at all, but you mentioned LCC. So are they looking at possibly some guidelines for legislators?
So I'm currently not aware of anything. I'm not part of that conversation. I just want to basically just give the caveat that we can draft a policy in KLOIS, but ultimately the decision is going to be up to what LCC decides to do, what legislative, basically what our leadership decides to do, and what you all decide to do as far as legislation. So that policy may change. Is the easiest way to put it.
Okay, that's fine. Any other questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm pretty blank on this whole topic, so I appreciate your knowledge. And as I'm listening, though, you talk about screening these things for bias and all that. So you're talking about a policy about AI, but the actual envisioned KLOIS use of it would be what? An in-house developed kind of a sub AI, or we're not going to use these general platforms? I mean, how can we screen all these inputs as you described and kind of keep it as a, if there is such a thing as an unbiased, do you follow me? So is that what we're envisioning, is like a mini AI just within our own shop here?
So there are, I mean, it can happen. There are different vendors that would essentially give us data sets, or would allow us to provide data sets that would give us our own in-house AI, which was solely focused on Kansas things that we could pull from, and that would have no other input except for the information that we put in there. That's a possibility. And we've seen a couple of those at the conference that OIT's put on about AI usage, or about data and things like that, about a month ago over at the I can't remember the name of the hotel across the street over in Kansas, the Cyrus, yes. So yeah, there's a ton of different options, but the main thing with that is just to not have people going on the internet or downloading an app from their phone or a program on their computer and going, I'm going to use this to write a document or anything like that. you know, that's why, because of the bias and things like that. So we want to avoid that, and whether that involves us developing our own system or whether that involves us subscribing to a system, that, you know, that again will be a decision for further down the road that we haven't really discussed in full yet.
Okay, so there really isn't, I guess, an envisioned end state. You're saying there's a lot of roads that we could take to get us to this product, but we're not clear yet exactly. It's still all forming. Is that fair?
Correct. Representative is still forming. We're waiting for, you know, some more definitive leadership guidance on what direction you'd like us to take, and then we will provide solutions from there.
Thanks for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. You mentioned briefly just storage. So what are the costs to the legislature or to the state if we start storing a whole lot more data because we're asking questions through AI? Do we have any idea of that?
Senator, we can get that data for you, but it's going to be very heavily dependent on the amount of storage and the vendor that we use for the storage. Off the top of my head, I don't have exact numbers, but you know, there are, you know, Amazon would store it for us, Microsoft could store it for us. You know, we could buy a piece of hardware to store it, and you know, route it through there. So that it's very, very variable, and it just really depends on the vendor and the service and the amount of data stored. That's where it's going to be. The biggest cost is how much data are we actually going to store. That's where we're going to get charged, just per gigabyte of data or per terabyte of data.
So I appreciate that. I did introduce a bill last year that would put an end date to when we keep the YouTube videos of our committee meetings. Just because you know, we've talked about data centers and costs and use of energy. So I don't want that to not also be part of this conversation.
Yes, Senator. And just briefly on that, we have, I mean, you know, we can, when we talk data storage, there are many things we can do. We can do what's called, we can tarball the data, where we kind of compress it down and put it into different pieces and store it in smaller chunks, different places, zip the data, whatever you want to. There's a lot of different methods for us to store data in smaller chunks, depending on how long we need to keep it. Again, it's just something we can make happen for you. Whatever you need us to make happen, you know, we just start the process, and we'll work with you to do whatever we can to make it work.
Tom, we'll look at Tom on as far as LCC. Do you know if they've even talked about this at much? I haven't listened to the LCC meetings, so.
Mr. Chairman, the answer to your question is no. It hasn't been brought up yet, but there have been, let's say, office discussions about AI policies and or usage of AI within the legislature, but truly needs to be vetted thoroughly before they go any further. But as far as a policy itself, you know, we're kind of waiting on, at one point I know talk was going on in the federal government about AI moratoriums and all of that. So I just can't answer that. We haven't moved further, other than Bob has been researching a lot of stuff within AI. I know Gordon and I, a couple years ago even, were at a conference where AI was discussed in legislatures throughout the U.S. And some legislatures are using the AI for different reasons, but they have found, 2 years ago, they found a lot of mistakes when they were trying to do it for bill drafting. And that was that was the focus of the conference topic that we were at. But yeah, so I know a lot of things are changing as well, as far as how good it is. And
Okay, thank you. So committee, I think that's probably something that ultimately we need to be kind of thinking about, you know, for our recommendations that we make later on in the years. It is maybe, you know, having LCC do something or just legislation or something like that. So Representative Cluse. Sorry.
I can do that too, so thank you, Chairman. Bob, thank you for the insight that you've given us. I've appreciated that along the way. Just for like everyday use, are you able, you talk a little bit about open and close. Can you give us any like recommendation of what would be good to use now? Any thoughts on that?
So my recommendation for what to use now for official state business would be nothing, because the state hasn't made any decisions on that. Personal usage, the Microsoft 365 system is closed, and again, personal usage only, and that is available with your commercial Microsoft 365 products, and that's not at an extra cost. That one's probably for office work, office use the best. And it, you know, it really is just going to depend on your use case. If you were just looking to, you know, ask questions or generate some documents, ChatGPT is good. But again, anything you put in that's going to go into the model and other people are going to see it. I wouldn't use that for anything personal or any kind of document making or anything like that. That's official, and you don't want that information being released. So those would be the two right now that I would definitely recommend. I'd be really cautious about using Grok just because the data sets have been so volatile so far. Grok, that's the X, Elon Musk's AI model. And then, yeah, other than that, like I said, definitely nothing for state business, no official recommendations on that. And then personal Microsoft 365 or Copilot, excuse me, or ChatGPT.
Thank you.
All right. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob, thanks again for the presentation. And this is actually something that was talked a lot at NCSL in Boston last week about what states are doing. And there was also, there's just been a lot of, at least for me, things popping up in news and learning more about what's going on. One thing that's come up that's concerning to a degree is that a lot of school districts, to compensate for the gap in school counselors and mental health workers, are relying on AI and AI bots to serve as school counselors. And that becomes a red flag of worry. But then I revert back to my father saying something in the 60s where using an eraser on a pencil was a big issue for the state assessment test. That's how old he's taught. And so, because you should know the answer right away. And then, well, we all use spell check. And so do I now have to put that spell correction was done by AI? I mean, it's where's the limit? And I don't know how you write a policy to manage, like you can use this platform, you can't use this platform. Does it revert back to on your second slide on risk and AI usage in which you talk about incorrect output, bias? I mean, is that where we should be focusing on and making recommendations on education in which, because I'll write something, put it in AI to make sure it's right, and they'll shoot something back, but if it gives me something declarative, it's like, give me a source, and then I'm reading that source. I'm not ever going out, but that's just how I was trained as an academic and as a student. I wonder how much have you seen, like really the solution might be more foundational, basic understanding of how you can cite bias and how you can be accurate. Has anything like that come up as, like if I hope I'm making sense.
Yes,
maybe I
Representative.
need AI to clarify, so.
Yes, Representative. So I would say that, yes, so it's going to be based on organizational risk tolerance, and we'll, you know, of course, that won't be something that we set. So whatever we decide is or whatever the school districts decide is their risk tolerance, you know, we're going to have to conduct an extensive, you know, risk management process, which would involve looking at where the data sets come from and all the T's and C's to kind of whittle that down and decide, is this tool, you know, within our risk tolerance? If we use this tool, what could happen, what wouldn't happen? That would be really how we would really want to decide on what we use is comprehensive risk management. Speaking specifically to using it for mental health counseling, that's what you really, especially if it's for official use, need to be careful because is the model you're using following HIPAA guidelines? And then you run into, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this, Gramm-Leach-Billy as far as students' information. So is that in effect when you're doing that? So, and I understand what you're saying. It is a necessary, schools need more counselors, schools need to fill that gap. But when you're an official state agency, you really need to look at I have to follow regulations as well. So when this student is giving their mental health data out to this AI platform, where is it going? Where is it being stored? I don't have any of that information.
And those, thank you for that, Bob. And I would just say that I'm not advocating for that. I'm posing the theoretical question of, well, AI is not going away. Just like erasers on pencils, they didn't go away. And so what do we need to do to get ahead to embrace this? And the final thing that I would say is I was talking to a friend who graduated from, graduated from Berkeley, and we were just shooting the breeze, and he has his own business. And he's like, yeah, if I have an algorithm that's not working out, I just pull it on my phone and have them read it, and they correct it for me, and I check it. And I was like, wait, you don't have any worries about integrity or transparency? He's like, no, this is what I'm supposed to do. Well, if someone from Berkeley, a successful business owner, is just haphazard with AI, we can't get, I don't want to get to a Hatfield versus McCoy fear, but we have to be understanding of that. So keep that in the back of your mind along with that cool cardigan that you wear, and bring some ideas next time.
Yes, sir, Representative, no problem.
He's got the best cardigan, guys. You wait.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Seeing it, Bob, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, committee, we are at lunch now, and so we're going to break till 1:30, and when we come back, we'll have executive branch and our IT audits. So we're here, so we're not breaking quite yet. Yeah. That's right, you got the script. So you had an IT update that you wanted to go in executive session about.
Yes, Representative.
Okay, how long do you think?
I can get through it in about, depending on the questions, I can get through what I have in about 10 minutes, Representative.
All right, so let's say 15 minutes. So it'd be, 12:25. Yeah. All right, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75439A to discuss matters related to security measures with Bob Murphy, Security Engineer, Kansas Legislative Office of Information Services, pursuant to KSA 754319B12C, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 5A2 North of the State House at 12:25 p.m. and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records.
All right, do we need to add the other names, or will you add those? Is everybody who all is staying, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I know, it's only Bob. No one else is.
Oh, okay. All right, so just Bob. Okay. Is there a second? All right. It's been moved and seconded by Representative Bourgeon. All those in favor say aye. All right, we are in executive session. Back on. All right, we're back. We're going to extend for 10 minutes, so it'd be 11 or 12:35. Got to read that again.
I gotta read this again. You have to call me.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the opening meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures with Bob Murphy, Security Engineer, Kansas Legislative Office of Information Services, pursuant to KSA 754319B 12C. Because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 58 or 5A2 north of the State House at 12:35 p.m. and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records.
Is there a second? Second by Senator Rose. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Our motion carries. We're in executive session. All right, committee, we're back in session. We've gone a little long, so what I think we'll do is, why don't we go, this said 1:30, why don't we say 1:45? I don't think that'll be a problem, will it? With the, yeah, with the other ones? Okay, so let's say we come back here at 1:45. So we're on break until then. All right, everybody, welcome back. Just a reminder, your payment vouchers are in front of you. Make sure you get those signed and sent this way. Everybody gets paid, but it's Representative Haskins. That's right. All right. There we go. All right. All right, we're going to start with the executive branch IT update. Jeff Maxim is going to start. I'm not sure if you're going to have others talk or if it's just going to be you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Maxon. I'm the Chief Information Technology Officer for Executive Branch. And so we do have those representatives from those projects that you guys last, I think, June. So trying to keep track of my months, it's flown. So again, we'll get started again with the Executive Branch IT update. All right, so the agenda for today, we'll go over the Keto report follow-ups from the projects that were presented last June. And so those agencies are here to present. So that is DCF and then as well as Pitt State. And I believe Pitt State is online for their portion. We'll also go over some federal cybersecurity funding updates. So there's been a lot of changes at the federal government level. So I'll give a highlight of what's going on there and how that impacts Kansas. Give an update, again, some follow-up on what was discussed a little bit in the evolution of ITech and where we are and what we've done since Senate Bill 291 in terms of some of the work we've done. And then also a discussion on OITS rates and what that looks like for the state for fiscal year 26 and 27. And with that, we'll start into the IT project update. So we'll start with DCF. And
all right, welcome. Make sure you state your name and your title, please.
Right. Is that on? Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Pagano, and I am the CIO for DCF and KDADS, which includes the state hospitals. So we're going to start here with the Child Support Services Replatforming Project, or CSS as we refer to it. The intention behind this project was to implement a solution to mitigate risks in the mainframe-based child support services system, and moving that to a more modern platform, basically. The initial timeline for the project was 28 months, and we are now at 41 months. I'll explain more about that delay here in a minute. The initial budget was $11.7 million, and we're now at $12.7 million. Basically, this transition, like I said, from the mainframe to a server-based platform is what we refer to as sort of a lift and shift. It doesn't actually change the underlying logic of the platform. It's just moving it as it is. We're not changing the logic or building anything new per se. It's just making it more user-friendly, a better graphical interface. And you're mitigating some of the risks that you have on the mainframe, basically. The primary contractor for the project is Conduent, and Conduent subcontracts to a number of other companies, but one of the main ones has been a company called Modern Systems. Modern Systems was recently purchased by IBM in and around the February-March timeframe of 2025. We've been in alert status for some time now. As many of you know, I started, it'll be 3 years coming up in October of this year, and this project was already underway when I took this job. And we've been recasting a number of times now. As of the last time we went through this process, we were at a point with Conduent and Modern Systems where I was not content, not happy with the outcomes of their mitigation strategies as we've gone through this. And so as we've gone through that, we've had to step back from this and assess whether we want to continue on or not on a number of occasions. When it came to light that IBM was going to come in and purchase Modern Systems, it offered another opportunity for us to see if there was some possibility to resolve some of the ongoing issues, the technical issues that we were having. So I kind of was enthusiastic about that purchase. It's taken them a couple of months to come up to speed, And they've brought to bear a lot more resources to help us look at the underlying technical challenges. That being said, the first basic delay that we had was due to a federal government mandate that we de-identify the data. That was not initially in the first project plan. So in response to that mandate, we had to then go to the company and request a change request for $1 million to put in that additional code into that project. So that was where the overage of $1 million came from, taking us from the 11.7 to the 12.7 million. Since then, we've not had or processed any additional change requests. I've been adamant that we're not going to pay additional money if we're not making progress toward the end goal, particularly that we're over now by 13 months. So if you break that down a bit, 6 months delay was pretty much 7 months delay out of the 13 months was due to the de-identification surprise or mandate. The 6 months have by and large been attributed to this underlying batch processing challenge, if you will, that Modern Systems has not been able to overcome. And that's where we've really put the energy into in the last 6 months, is to have IBM come in and assess what Modern Systems has not been able to do. And so that's where we're going to make our next step with IBM to recast the date of this project. So that's where we're at with that right now. That's why the delays, that's where the delays have come from. But we are not paying any additional dollars to that vendor, to Conduent, Modern Systems, or IBM for that matter, because of the delays. So that's where we're at with this project. We will have a recast date here in the near future as IBM gets back to us.
So is 12.7 the final number?
As we sit today.
Well, okay, so there is going to be more.
I
thought you said there wouldn't be any more.
At this point, no one has put any change requests in front of us. Our expectation is that there will not be more.
Okay.
Yes, that is our expectation at this time.
And you don't know yet from IBM whether they feel like they can fix the issue?
Yeah, I guess the hopeful part for me is that the resources they have brought to bear do feel that they have a solution to the problem. And that solution has never been offered to us yet by Modern Systems. So there's definitely a much higher skill set that we're obtaining through IBM, and I think some of their suggestions will make a difference.
So do you feel like that Modern Solutions was, they bid on it, but it was over their head?
Yes.
Okay.
I absolutely believe that. We gave them 3 chances to put together mitigation strategies, and all 3 of them failed, basically. And that was where I was sort of at the end of last year prepared to take more drastic steps on this project. But that's about when we got news that IBM was going to be coming into the mix. And it took a couple of months with all the final settlements of the companies and purchase agreements and all that. But they are indeed bringing some additional resource to the table, talent that we hadn't seen through Modern Systems. So,
okay. Yeah. Any questions? All right. Appreciate it. Look forward to hearing more about it next time. Yeah, it's 2, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the lucky CIO that has 2.
That's right. You're the lucky guy today.
I'm the lucky guy, yes. So this slide's a little tricky, so I'll do my best to clarify anything. But when the electronic healthcare record was purchased, by and large, to modernize the existing custom-built systems that existed in the state hospitals and modernize that platform. When that was done, they also purchased a substance use disorder module along with that. These were done through task orders, not RFPs. So when you look at this, there's 2 projects, but essentially they were sort of one purchase, if you will. And so I'll speak to the EHR component first. When most of you have heard this story before, but when I started this job, I have a background in electronic healthcare records. So when I first saw the spec and the project, I was a little concerned. I thought there were some things missing and so on and so forth. So I kind of quickly went to the team, suggested we have to maybe do some reshuffling, maybe reexamination of the project plan, and so on. Took me a few months to get that message out, but we did pause the project, came back, and realized there were indeed some missing pieces, and it was not live yet. So a couple of those missing pieces were as follows. We had to do some pretty significant upgrades in a number of the hospitals in terms of infrastructure, devices, wireless networks, back-end network capacity, server rooms, I mean, all kinds of things needed to be looked at. So that was that part. That cost some real money to do those upgrades. There were also some missing modules that actually were not sold as part of the initial purchase. And so we had to go back and respec a couple of those modules to get those added into the contract. That was some additional licensing fees. That's another part of the couple of $1 million that added up. And then lastly, there was also some additional integration and interface issues that were unforeseen in the original purchase that we had to go back to the company again, renegotiate some of those things. So all that being said, once we got through that, we had recast the project and restarted it. And so I'm happy to say, as of January of this year, we have all the hospitals implemented on the product. Mind you, it's not perfect. There's still some follow-up issues that we're still working through with the vendor. But as far as the system's doing what they're basically intended to do on the clinical side, those are up and running. So we're completed with that part of the project. The reason it's still showing as open is because there is this substance use disorder module as well that needed to be completed. That we are 3 months behind on, and that will be, we're planning to recast that to be done December of this year. So that's generally going as planned, but we do have one last, what we call a batch upload, if you will, that we have to do for SAMHSA every year or multiple times a year. And that batch upload is giving the vendor some struggle with some of the TEDS reporting data that you have to report on for substance use disorders. And so that's where the 3-month delay is coming in. So with that, there's no additional dollars, just a time delay. And so we hope to have that finished by December of this year, and that will then complete and close out both the EHR project as well as the SUD project.
Okay, so I'm a little confused, I guess, on because it says here that the SUD project went live in 2023, October 2023,
Yes.
and it's complete.
It's a little confusing. Like I said, there was a module, this SUD module was live as of the date shown in the slide deck. However, there was a bulk upload component to that we needed for the SAMHSA reporting that was not functioning. So there was one piece of the functionality that wasn't working, but the system itself was turned on and working. So there's a portion of it that wasn't. That's the portion that we're having to take 3 more months to do, basically. Not for additional dollars, though.
Any questions from anybody?
If I could redo this, obviously I probably would have done it different than a task order, but I would have separated these out into different pieces. It would have made it easier to track.
Both of these were done before you came in, so. Yeah. All right, well, I appreciate what you've done. I think both of these projects, I think probably a lot because of your work, looks like we're getting them done, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, we look forward to having a recast date for the CSS project so we can wrap that up as well.
All right. Okay, thank you.
And then next up, we have the Pitt State Student Management Cloud implementation. I believe they are online.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. I'm Angela Neria. I'm the CIO here at Pittsburgh State, and I also have Lucretia Harity online. She's our Director of Project and Process Management Services here at the university for our IT department. The project that we have today to visit about is moving our SIS to Oracle Cloud. We are currently replacing our entire ERP at Pittsburg State University. We have a older legacy system that has code that is very old in it. And in higher ed, there's 4 different modules in ERP systems. And one is HR, one is all the business functions, another is the student financial aid, and the last one is the student information system. At Pitt State, we've already moved all of the other modules, the 3 modules that I mentioned in the beginning, to Oracle Cloud. The student is the last for us to move. We are one of 8 institutions working with Oracle Cloud as early adopters. There's only 8 in the whole world right now that are working on moving to the Oracle Cloud student system. And that product has been delayed by Oracle with agreement amongst the 8 institutions that we would like to wait before we move any further, as they are allowing us to help develop the product out to have even further and more capabilities than we had originally signed on for. So we're in the process of being able to help design a product that really fits higher ed. And we work with Oracle on a regular basis. We actually have met with them throughout most of the day today. We're in the system, we're configuring the system and working in the system, not just our IT department, but others on our campus as well, like registrars, and our other areas that serve students directly. So this project, in June, we actually asked for it to be put on hold, knowing that we had some real work in front of us with Oracle. I think that we might have missed the deadline. I didn't even know there was a deadline for it to not hit alert status. But as of today, it's actually in hold status until we know more from Oracle. And I think that's probably about all that in terms of funding, I think it's important to know that right now, we're under our planned cost. We are under that target number. We don't expect to go over that target number, and we do expect to have more capabilities than we originally signed on in the original contract. So we're in a good position, but it is going to take us longer to implement it than we wanted. But we all believe that trade-off is well worth it. Questions for Lucretia or I?
Any questions from anybody? So the $1 million, or just shy of $1 million, is that the firm cost, or is there going to be more costs, but it'll just be less than the 2.4 million?
We believe that we are expected to land at the planned cost.
Okay, so there's still another 900,000 some odd dollars left that you'll expend.
Right. We believe that we'll land at the planned cost, but at this point, we will not need to make any large purchases towards that, because we are in a hold status with Oracle until we learn more about next steps.
So the plan duration was from 2023 to 26, and so that's a long delay, 2 years.
It is.
Are you expecting to be on hold those 2 years?
No, we are expected to be, and we are currently working with them to develop the product out further than it was originally planned to be developed out. So no, we don't expect to be on hold that entire time. But right now, we don't have a very specific milestone, step-by-step project plan. We're working through that with Oracle at this time.
Okay. Did we get a guinea pig discount?
We did.
About how much was that? Do you know?
I don't know if I know. We could talk again, and everybody probably handles it different, but in our institution, we're not the client. We're not the one that pays the bill. The IT department doesn't. In our institution, the client in our institution pays the bill. And in this case, that would be the provost of academic affairs. So I'm not sure where it ended up, but I know that we're going to end up with much more capability than we originally signed on for, which is a real plus for our team because that means that we don't have to develop those out or purchase additional third-party products to meet those needs of our campus. And Lucretia, I don't know if you might know that number or if it's ever been shared with us.
Good afternoon. I do not know that number exactly. I do know that it was a benefit that we had all of the other modules, those existing modules, to give us a discount, basically, if you will, because we will be basically a full Oracle house.
Right, okay. So we didn't necessarily get a discount for being one of 8. We're just getting a discount because we're not paying for those other new modules.
Yeah, you can look at it that way, however you want to look at it. Yeah, we're going to have more capabilities that we will not have to pay for that others will whenever they sign on because they weren't one of the first 8.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation of this. I missed though, why are we on hold?
We're on hold because we have an opportunity to build out more of the product than we originally signed on for. There's pieces with Oracle Cloud that will work, that do work and are fine, and there's pieces that don't meet every capability of those 8 institutions. And this isn't our first experience being an early adopter. This is very common. Anytime you're an early adopter with a product, you're often going to have changes, holds, those kinds of things. So that's where we are. I don't know how the state defines a project on hold, but it's my understanding that our project will be on hold until we have some more specifics for in terms of the milestones from Oracle.
Okay, and so while you're on hold, you're still working from your legacy system?
Yes, we will still work from our legacy system until we switch over in early 28. Yeah, the student side of our legacy system, it's that last module that we have in our legacy system that we'll continue to use.
Are the other institutions that you mentioned 8, are they on hold too, or are they moving forward?
No, all 8 institutions, as I mentioned in the beginning, all 8 institutions and Oracle agreed to wait and push out till 28 to make sure that we get all the capabilities that we want.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, I go back to my original, I guess I'm, as an early adopter, I would have hoped we got a rate that would be better. And so I'd kind of, if you can find out as far as, I'm just curious if, I never think it's a great idea for us to be early adopters of, but I guess if we save money, then it's okay. But if you could find out and get back to James, that information as far as the first contract, because we were early adopters, we were one of the 8, was there a discount because at the very beginning, not necessarily because now we're going to get more modules out of it. So if you could find that out. I'm not sure why they couldn't have started it and then added that those last modules later in an upgrade, but just seems like a long time to spend almost a little over $2 million and have to wait as long as we're going to wait. But any other questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's interesting because we keep hearing about these student management systems. And then for a 2-year delay for Pittsburgh, it makes you question how much are these systems really needed and how much are they buying us? I mean, what's the return here? I don't understand a 2-year delay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Haskins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the senator, that's a really good question. And just in full disclosure, I experienced this through Washburn University, and it was the same process, but the opposite. All the modules were developed, except we then went into the first adopters of the recruitment module for Banner, and it had a lot of headaches to it, but the upside to it was, as a first adopter, we got a significant discount, and we received, we were able to kind of like, as Pittsburgh State just said, is kind of like lead the way and help them out in that area. So it is common, it is necessary in this world, just like any type of sales and marketing. You have to have this relationship management software to be productive. So I'm just adding that feedback.
And if I might, I would just mention our goal was not to be an early adopter. But because we have a legacy system, we very much wanted to move to a new system for our student system. We have search committees on our campus made up of diverse groups that select the tools that they want to use. And they selected Oracle Cloud Student, which I believe is a great tool. Without a doubt, there's a lot of great tools on the market for that matter. That could serve us, but we were already an Oracle Cloud school, so I think that's one reason the search committee wanted to choose them, because they're very comfortable with them. When you look at student information systems, they're always evolving. There's usually delays. It's not fun. Our choice certainly was not to be an early adopter, but timing wise, that's what ended up happening. It's not fun to be the guinea pig, and it's not something that we sought out. But it unfortunately is the position we're in. We're trying to take a positive approach with this. We are, as you mentioned, we're able to get some things that we didn't expect to get for our funding, for the budget dollars for this. And we're also able to help drive the actual product development.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, did you pop up? So how's this going to be handled as far as our reporting is for the next, I mean, let's say it's a year and a half before they go. Is it just going to be on alert status until then?
Yes, sir. Likely they'll put the project on hold because I believe there is a hold category, and then they'll need to recast probably as they get further down. So
they'll need to recast eventually.
Yes, sir. Based on the variation of the time is significant.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you for being here with us.
All right. So with that, we'll step into OITS updates. So again, as we were kind of stepping into kind of some of the requirements coming out of Senate Bill 291, we looked at it as a good opportunity to really look at OITS as guiding principles and strategic goals. And so we're working to rebrand in terms of a new vision of seamless and secure access to digital government resources anywhere, anytime, with a defined mission of deliver reliable, secure, and cost-efficient enterprise technology and services for the state of Kansas. With that, we really want to outline some strategic goals. These are similar to some of what we had presented in the past, but again, really strive for operational excellence, develop a data-driven culture, a cyber-secure and cyber-aware environment, and undertake strategic technology transformation. Again, we do have technological debt in the state. We really need to start advancing as we can and find those places where it makes sense to really put investments in, and other places where we may need to just transition completely off of something and shift into something completely new. So again, really trying to drive those and really make those also enterprise-wide for executive branch, their goals as well. All right, federal cybersecurity funding changes. So obviously with the things happening in the federal government, there has been significant funding changes to our core federal partner, which is Department of Homeland Security, their cybersecurity infrastructure security agency, DHS-CISA. So their overall budget was slashed by approximately $135 million. This was after some of the budget rounds. Their initial kind of slash was about $500 million. And so this was reduced a little bit after some negotiations. So a lot of states and local governments heavily rely on the services from DHS and CISA, especially in areas where there may be a lack of resources available. So rural areas, small communities, things like that. There's no direct funding loss to Kansas with that funding change. However, many federal DHS CISA employees did take the early buyout program, and then they did have to let people go with the funding cuts. And so DHS CISA has lost approximately a third of their workforce in this past year. So the possible impacts to Kansas are just availability of services. So DHS provides a handful of free services to local governments and state governments, so they can do cybersecurity assessments. They do provide incident response if you have an incident. They do vulnerability reporting, and they fund organizations that do vulnerability research, such as MITRE, which is an organization out there that does a lot of vulnerability research and publishes when vulnerabilities are identified. And then obviously with the lack of workforce, reduced points of collaboration. So again, we've worked very closely with DHS CISA. They still do have reps in Kansas, so they have their cybersecurity advisors. We still do have our reps here in Kansas, and we still interact and do work with them. But at some of these other points of contact and resources that we've lost some of the ability to access those resources. So we are seeing some impacts to that. One of the other big pieces from DHS CISA that we're involved in that does have financial applicability is DHS CISA and FEMA are the administrators of the state and local cybersecurity grant program. This was a 4-year program put into the bipartisan infrastructure law a few years ago. There have been no funding changes to this program because this wasn't an appropriated program in that bill. And DHS CISA just released fiscal year 25 NOFO, or Notice of Funding Opportunity for states to draw down. And this is the 4th and final year of that program. Kansas has been appropriated or awarded $1.4 million with a 40% cost share, which essentially what that means is the $1.4 million is essentially 60% of what we need to grant out. So we have about $1 million the state would be responsible for, or the local governments applying for that grant, they would need to cover with some of that cost share with that. So most of what we've done with those other years is we are focused on trying to get that out to the local governments. The state can only apply for 20% of that total grant money. It's more valuable in the hands of the local government to take care of their needs. We appreciate the appropriations we've gotten from legislature, so we've been able to take care of a lot of the state needs, and we're making sure the local governments get that funding. One of the biggest impacts that we have from the DHS funding cuts is there's an organization out there that's a nonprofit called the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, also known as MSISAC. So this was a nonprofit that was started up to help support originally state agencies and collaboration, sharing information, providing resources. I believe it's approximately 20 years old. DHS has subsequently cut $10 million in their grant to them, essentially. So MSISAC does not have the funding to continue to provide the free services like they have in the past to local governments. We have about 300 local governments and entities that are members of MSISAC that are using the various services from MSISAC. And some of those services include threat intelligence, incident response as well. They provide a program called malicious domain blocking and reporting, so a secured DNS. So if you're going to a website, this malicious domain blocking reporting service basically checks that URL and says it's good or bad, and then pass it along. So they do that for a handful. I believe we've got about 90 participating entities in that program. Incident response, and they do provide a managed endpoint detection response service to organizations as well, and a 24/7 security operations center that monitors those systems, and a system they have called Albert sensors that exist within the state. So with their loss, they're changing to a subscription model to sustain their operations, pending if there is an appropriation from the federal government that continues to support them. They lose funding here at the federal fiscal year, which is September 30th. So they will move to a subscription model. Each local entity will be required to pay for some of that subscription. The state can pay for a universal one for all state agencies, but we can't necessarily cover everybody. The estimates we're getting back is about $1 million for us to cover if we're to provide that subscription to the entire state. So that is having direct impacts to the state. All right, with the federal funding questions, I'll pause right there and see if there are any questions on those. we'll move on to the next topic.
So it's kind of interesting. You said it'd be $1 million for the state to cover their free services. They got cut $10 million.
So what was being proposed was to include, so we have 3,000 eligible entities in the state. And right now we only have 300 that are participating. That would cover all 3,000 entities. And they're doing those numbers across all states of all the eligible entities. If you just wanted to pay to cover, that would be your portion of all eligible entities across the country, essentially.
So it's an expansion of.
So they would try to expand. That would be the estimated cost for all Kansas entities one time.
I bet they make that 10 million up pretty fast.
So, but they're
any other, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Any
they're
other
trying
questions?
to evaluate that to survive.
Yeah. So. Any other questions? All right, go ahead.
All right, moving on. This is kind of a follow-up to what the revisor discussed this morning with some of the changes to ITech. So House Substitute for Senate Bill 291 identified some changes in ITech. And so some of those key changes were the membership changed from 17 to 13 members. I'll try not to go over it, with 7 non-voting members. So legislative and judicial branch, the representatives and senators still participate in the ITech meetings. They just aren't voting members anymore. The shift of the chair rotating between the 3 CETOs, it shifted to just the executive branch chairing those meetings. And then meetings went from quarterly to monthly. So as some of the key foundational changes to that. And the policies that ITech create are just explicitly towards executive branch now, not towards the other 2 branches. And then it also makes sure that the regions have a seat at the table as well, because those policies do apply to the regions' institutions. And we've had a lot of great participation in those. We have held monthly meetings since this went into effect. I believe it was last June of last year is when we started those, or July after the calendar year, or the fiscal year. So we started up and we've been meeting monthly since, and have made a lot of progress. But one of the additional key tasks ITech was required to do was create that plan, what a consolidated IT environment would look like. And again, this is just a plan. There is no action behind it. And then also look at integrating all cybersecurity services as well by the date that the revisor mentioned below. Let's see. And then obviously we will make sure that those reports, while the bill says we need to report to legislative modernization ways and means, we'll make sure JCIT sees that as soon as we have that ready. So with those meetings, we have made significant progress in passing new policies, specifically around the cybersecurity area. Our previous security policy for ITech was, I believe, almost 6 years old. I think it was passed in 2018. Not 100% positive, but it needed to be refreshed. We need to get in a habit of refreshing these policies every 3 years or so. And so we had a lot of work that we needed to do. So since ITech has started meeting, our new CISO, current CISO, John Godfrey, has made a huge push to get security policies updated and get them in front of ITech for review, feedback, and passage. And so since we've started meeting in the new format, we've passed well over a dozen new cybersecurity policies. We'll start introducing some additional areas around data management, data standardization. We'll introduce AI policies, and we'll introduce some other governance areas where policy should be applying across the board with the executive branch. But we are being very specific and breaking it down in a fashion to where we can get these on a regular update schedule and kind of just get in the habit of regularly updating them, and so not waiting at one time to try and pass them all out, et cetera. So that is a benefit of the more frequent meeting cadence as opposed to quarterly. We were very slow to pass out policies in the past when we met quarterly. You'd provide an update, you'd make changes based on feedback, and then you'd be 6 months down the road before you could even make an attempt to pass it. So this has been very helpful for us. So a lot of great work is being done. We appreciate everybody's time in contributing to feedback to those policies. All right, with that, I'll pause if there are any questions around ITech before I move on.
Any questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. So there was nothing restricting you from meeting Why wasn't?
That's a good question, ma'am. That was before my time, so I cannot speak to why at one point there was a previous CETO that just refused to have meetings, and so it didn't meet for about a 3-year period in the mid-2010s.
Heavy-handed that it has to be in legislation that you meet a certain quarterly seemed realistic to have the meeting, and to tie your hands and force you, because there will come a time when you're just meeting to be meeting to satisfy that statute.
Yep, understood. Yeah, agreed.
So I'm just curious about that. Then the other thing is on the ITech. So you've got all these checks and balances and reports going in. Who's going to monitor? Who's going to make sure that people are following the guidelines?
So that's a good question, Mr. Chairman, Senator Tyson. That's a great question. So I believe that is a combination of multiple governance layers. So obviously bringing things to JCIT's attention that is identified as issues, also working with legislative post-audit for security audits and the other performance audits they perform. And then obviously we have some independence that has been created to the Kansas Information Security Office to help identify and address some of those. So, and then obviously from an enforcement perspective, working through the governor's office to work with agency heads, et cetera, to make sure things are getting accomplished as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll follow up with that a little bit. This is more on the funding side and the checks and balances too. But I've talked to a couple of groups and organizations, and they're not quite sure who's in control. And so I think there's some discrepancies on how this is actually supposed to be working. And I know it's new.
Yep.
That you're, and so there's going to be some pain.
Yep.
But if you could kind of help out on that as to
Yes,
who they go to, because like they're checking with you on the funding, you give approval, and then another group says no, and the check's not getting cut, and they're in limbo on their project as a result of it.
And we'll look into that, ma'am. So
that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess, Jeff, maybe you want to clarify why that would happen?
yes, sir. So I again have to look into the circumstances because we're not really we will sit in some project approvals that they go through like cars and make sure that I've seen the project and approve that, but we don't cut funding that is appropriated by you to the agencies for those projects. Those are the approvals. In Senate Bill 291, there was an additional requirement for the CISO to review all contracts. So that is another gate that has been implemented. Now, when the language says all contracts and has it defined to a single person, we need to adjust that because that is a ton of work to have one person trying to review all those. But we don't control the funding per se on those things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, you guys had signed off on the project, and the legislature has signed off on the funding. And the funding's in risk now because the agency or department that's supposed to be cutting the check is not cutting the check because they said they didn't check a certain box. And I guess I'll go into a little detail. I hope I don't expose, but some of this funding is at risk for us losing. It's not state funds that are available. And so we're in risk of losing those funds too if the project doesn't get started or completed by a certain date.
Understood, and we'll look into that.
So, but it's not the legislature. So I don't know where the bottleneck is. I just think the process isn't quite where it needs to be yet.
Understood.
All right. Any other questions?
All right. So next we'll kind of step into the OITS budget and rates. So OITS is primarily a fee-for-service agency. So what we're considered, most of our operating expenses are considered off budget because we charge other agencies for the services that they consume from us. So in fiscal year 26, we have approximately $65 million that is an off budget. Again, those are based off of fees we charge other agencies, and approximately $31 million on budget for fiscal year 26. And the on budget includes, we receive $4 million for what we call rehab and repair. So for infrastructure that is going end of life, needs to be replaced, this is an appropriation to replace that. And In addition, we have $7.5 million that was appropriated for cyber, for basically the Security Operations Center. We stood up some enterprise tools that are deployed out to all the agencies for monitoring, as well as some personnel resources. And then Senate Bill 291 appropriated $15 million to the Security Office for fiscal year 26, and that's why there's a substantial bump in the on budgets for fiscal year 26. Also appropriated last year was a $2 million IT emergency fund, and that has been very explicit that that is for emergencies that something has failed and broken mid-year. This is not to replace something that you failed to budget or allocate for. This is something broke and we need to expend funds to replace it. This process needs both my approval and the Director of Budget's approval to release those funds, and otherwise those are what those are funds are explicitly for. So again, it's not we failed to budget, we didn't plan. It is not covering any of that. This is, oh crap, something broke, we have an emergency. And then additional $2.5 million for our data center as a service contract, with some of the changes with that. So,
Jeff, what's the 15 million? What was it supposed to be for?
so that was appropriated for the KESO office to start some of the cybersecurity consolidation that is planned for in Senate Bill 291 to take effect in fiscal year 27. So that was to get the pieces in place so we're not scrambling after the fact. There is a requirement in Senate Bill 291 to address and identify some of the spend across the agencies to potentially lapse to take over and basically sustain that 15 million moving forward. And I'll defer to Natalie if I'm misspeaking on that, but that was to give us a buffer to get started. And then I start identifying the places where that lapse in agency budgets. So that is what that 15 was for. So,
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I followed that quite right. So 15 million, so the emergency fund, that 2 million was above that?
Mm.
And then can you kind of expound on that? What's the scenario that that was used for? Or how it's used? Just give me kind of an example.
Yep. So we had multiple agencies through the budgeting process request to have a pool of money set aside for if they had, for example, a server that crashed and could not be repaired and needed to be replaced. Well, agencies don't necessarily budget for that failure, so they needed some sort of reserve fund to cover that. With multiple agencies requested, the governor and the Director of Budget thought it'd be best to create one space and have some sort of checks and balances to accessing those funds. And so that's where it was decided to give that to OITS. Agencies would make the request to OITS. We'd route that and work with the Director of Budget to validate that request that, yes, this is to replace something that, no kidding, broke, not a lack of planning. So that's where that came in last fiscal year, or last budget cycle for this current fiscal year, I should say.
All right. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your report. I'm assuming that some of the 65 million off budget, again, you were saying these fees, the ones you charge. And we heard earlier in this meeting that each of the ports that's in our legislative meeting rooms has a charge attached to it. So how can you help us work through that process so that we're not shorting your agency, but we're also coming up with the best way to manage security and not have a lot of open ports?
Appreciate the question, ma'am, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to cover that here in a little bit with some of our actual fee structures, but I will get into some of our fees are based off of legacy technologies that we are starting to migrate off of. So I know based on some of the conversations last year, like the phone system, you have phones on your desk. A lot of you don't use them anymore. You want to get rid of them. There was a fee associated with the phone. There's no fee associated with the phone. The fee is associated with the phone number. And we've baked those phone rates into a unified rate. And so to your question about how can we have open ports, generally we only charge for active ports where we're seeing traffic. If it's not active, we don't charge for it. So we do have some controls to see when it's getting used and not being used. But we do have to support that infrastructure that exists within the buildings for possible use, and that's where some of the cost comes in as well. So we're trying to modernize that as we look at how best, because obviously with the use of Wi-Fi, things like that, the service model is changing too, because people just want connectivity. So do we just create a connectivity charge? It doesn't matter whether you're using a port, using the Wi-Fi. You know, how does that work with phones? We're introducing technology, so we have what is called a soft phone, so you can use your computer for your phone. You don't need desk phones, but you still have your same state of Kansas phone number, things like that. So we're introducing some additional technologies where we can really truly get to pure consumption and not just kind of a sitting cost, essentially. So we are working to address that, ma'am.
Any other questions? All right, go ahead.
So when we look at the OITS budget, like I said, being an off-budget agency and billing for services, some of the services we billed for are infrastructure services, our network and telecom services. We do cover some by the numbers, so we have about 16,000 data jacks within the Capitol complex and other locations that make up what we're providing. We do have connectivity in all 105 counties that is provided via a couple of statutory requirements. So KBI has to have connectivity into every county, and Department of Revenue for the county treasurers has to have connectivity for their titles and registration system. So we do have connectivity in all 105 counties. We have our communication and collaboration, our Office 365 licenses, so I'll address some of that in a little bit. So we're supporting almost 19,000 Office 365 license for executive branch, as well as several elected offices. And then we provide a pass-through for desktop as a service, so agencies have migrated to a leasing process for desktops directly with Dell. So there's some of the things we facilitate. So when we look at OITS rates, start in fiscal year 20, OITS had about 119 rates we were charging agencies. And a lot of feedback that was provided was, we don't know what we're looking at. We look at a bill that's got, 1,000 lines with all the different rates. This is problematic. So my predecessor worked with the CFO that had worked with DOA for a long time, helped OITS adjust the rates in fiscal year 21 down to 30 rates. To try and help make this easier for agencies to review and consume. Since then, we further adjusted down to 17 rates for fiscal year 26 and 27. We do hear feedback from both sides. Some people would like to see more detail. Others say this is sufficient detail, we're good with this. I will add, when we look at rates, we have to be very specific, and I know this is something that OITS has had issues with the past. We can't collect over what it costs us to provide the service. That gets us in trouble because some agencies pay us with federal funds, and that we have something called a statewide allocation plan where we can draw down federal funds for services, but we can only draw down the cost of providing that service. And so we have to be very careful. We cannot over collect, and that's where some, like, for example, the R&R funds come in handy for us, because we can't have a pool of money set aside for future replacement of aging equipment. So that's where that request came in several years ago. So we're down to 17 rates, and we also have some additional basically on-demand rate for agencies. If they have a project that is not one of our specific services, we can provide a statement of work to assist them, hourly basically rate, ad hoc rate. And over the past few years, we have been very explicit in our attempts to try and keep rates as flat as possible. I know that was a thing in the past. OITS is adjusting the rates, huge changes in budgets, things like that. So we have been very explicit in trying to keep rates as flat as we possibly can. There are instances where, again, vendors, i.e. Microsoft, that's a license subscription, they pass down a cost increase. We have to pass that back down to the agencies because we can't absorb that, being a fee-for-service agency. So I know this is a little small, and we can definitely share as directly with you, but we have our published rates for fiscal year 26 and 27. Again, this is down to one page. We don't have the 120 rates. We try to make it easily consumable. We are trying to make efforts to be much more, I won't say open, but being much more forward and working with agencies to basically clearly outline what their costs will be. In upcoming fiscal years, we're going to start having regular, basically budget meetings with agencies to try and stay on top of what what our services and fees are, and especially as we look at something like Senate Bill 291, a consolidated IT environment where there are more, chargeback services. We need to be very explicit in what an agency is getting for the service they're paying for, all the roles and responsibilities, et cetera. So speaking with other states and what their roles and how they're doing things, we are in line with a lot of what other states do. What line items or rates states have vary. I think we're on probably one of the lower sides. I think a lot of states look for an area of about 30 to 40 rates of what they have published. So I think we're lower than that, but when we also look at what we're charging, I do think we're in line. So, but again, these are our published rates that we have for the agencies. So as I mentioned, we do try and do and compare our rates against other states. And so I do feel we are very consistent with other states. Obviously, there's some ebb and flow, and then size of states does change what some of their rates are based on larger states get bigger volume pricing than we can, et cetera. Most other states are that do have central IT departments are all rate-based agencies. There are very few states that do a straight IT appropriation. And a lot of that, I do believe, has to do with the ability to draw down federal funds. You leave all that money on the table if you appropriate it from state funds. So we're trying to be very careful we don't leave that money on the table. And again, as I mentioned, we have similar billable items than what we see other states do as well. So one of the other things we have tried to do with the agencies is be very transparent in what their bills look like. A few years ago, we introduced a system called Aptio, which is basically a billing and budget system that we can track expenditures and billings. So we provide all the cabinet agencies with access to this platform, and it provides them a dashboard of their services broken down by months, broken down by categories of what the billable item was, so those service categories. And this is an example of what an agency would see. So this is basically over fiscal year 25 for an agency, but they can see that breakdown of all those costs and expenditures. That big influx there is when our Microsoft licensing is due, and so that's why there's a big expense back to agencies. So several agencies have some direct services that we are a pass-through to Microsoft for, but that's when our big Microsoft billing is due. So that's why you see that massive spike. So, but we do make sure agencies have access to the system and they can ask questions as needed. All right. So I will pause there for questions on that.
Any questions for so far? Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've been fined a couple of times by the federal government. When was the latest and what was that amount for?
Let me check with that. When was our last swipe? Was that when we paid it or just paid? So there's some others. So there's fined and then there's returning overpayment. So we did return overpayment for fiscal years 20 through 23. And then there's the fines, which I believe, when were we actually fined? That's fiscal year 14. Yeah, that was before all of our time. I believe it was like fiscal year 13 and 14 in those timeframes.
Okay, there was a later fine after that. So could you guys put that together
Yep.
in an email and send it to us? That would be great, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
If you could just send it to James and he'll send it out to everybody. Any other questions? So this, the 17 here, this one page of your published rates, this is all the data, ports and everything are all in this.
Yep, this is everything from mainframe utilization down to the network connectivity or connection rate, which is $34 a month per device. So in most cases, that is a phone, which is the phone number, not just the phone itself, and the services behind that phone number, and then the network jack for your computer. So, but then we have locations where we provide a router to a site, and so they have a router charge, and then we have our data center as a service for each virtual server that the data center is hosting. So that's the bulk of it.
So right now, let's just take that one right there, the $34. Our phones that are on our desk, in the chambers, the chamber desks, are being charged $34 a month, even when we're not here?
That I would have to go back and check with my team. I think that was one of the negotiations that has been occurring for the past couple years.
Yeah, I was thinking there was maybe something there.
But I do want to be clear. I don't believe you're being charged per phone. You're being charged for the phone number, like, especially because it's the same phone number with both devices. So let me double check with the team on that.
Well, we have a different phone number in our office, though, than what's on the floor.
Okay, that is news to me.
Yeah, there's two phone numbers per, there's the public one, and then there's the super secret, only share with, on the floor one that I don't think hardly any of us use. So, some people maybe do, but yeah, there's two phone numbers per legislator, so.
We'll look into that.
So, you were in here when we had ink in here.
Yes.
And so I kind of put them on a spot a little bit as far as the interaction between, so I'd like to do the same thing with you. Put you on the spot. So where is that intersection? And I mean, I promised I wouldn't bring this up, but you and I, we've talked websites a little bit over, it appears that they're doing websites and you're doing websites, and so how does all that work?
Yes, so good question. So Inc. over the years has focused more on the front end application side and application piece of what agencies are helping and trying to do. OITS is more on the back end. Now we don't directly do like website development. We send that out to a vendor to do. That is not in our wheelhouse of something we can provide as a service. So we direct people to a third party. Inc. does that as well, and they do some of the agency websites, and then we've directed some other folks, and they are leveraging some other third parties. So there is no consistency across agency websites across the state. We are trying to drive some of that. Inc. is somebody that does provide that service, and some agencies use it. Some agencies have moved off of it onto other things. Their model, again, is basically using those fees that they charge through the transactions to essentially subsidize some of that development, so it does come down cheaper. And so some agencies do choose to use that because of that. So it's another, for lack of a better term, another vendor to the state. The state is able to use it since they're a quasi-state entity, use them as another vehicle to pursue IT work as well. So they do not focus on any of the title network manager is a little misleading because they don't do anything with the network. They are pure application focused.
Does that, anybody have any other questions as far as with that? You said on the board for
Sir.
so it doesn't appear to have, I mean, it's kind of just out there. There doesn't appear to be any reporting mechanism or anything like that to the legislature of what they're doing. And I know they're not getting any funding, but they are charging taxpayer money for,
yes, sir,
for government things, I guess. So,
yeah, they being a quasi do not follow the state procurement laws. They don't have to based on how they're set up. So there's not the oversight there. Each agency individually contracts for a project to Inc. like they are a vendor, and then that is subcontracted out to their network manager, who in this case at the moment is Tyler. They are going through an RFP process to find alternatives as that contract with Tyler is set to expire in, I believe, like October, December of next year. So they're starting the efforts to identify other providers as well. So,
and I asked about ICANN.
mm-hmm.
So where does ICANN fall into all of this? I mean, it appears to me that a lot of what Inc. is doing is a little bit like ICANN.
Yep.
So
they're for lack of better terms, competing entities. So ICANN is done by, I believe, the name of the company is Pay It, and they're a local company out of the Kansas City area. And so they were contracted to provide some of these mobile style applications, such as ICANN specifically for Department of Revenue Services, and then KDHE is for the vital statistics as well. But that is another company that went out through a different contract vehicle several years ago, and I think it was just recently renewed. But they're competing to an extent.
It's interesting because, I mean, Department of Revenue is using Inc. also.
Yes, sir.
So, okay. Where is the money coming from? ICANN, how's that being funded?
Same kind of business model of the way ICANN receives payment is not through a contract and per se where they're awarded, $8 million for this project. They collect a portion of the revenue from each transaction, and that's where they're making their money.
So I had heard that there's one agency, I'm not gonna say which one, but is like using several different vendors for several different payments systems, which doesn't appear to be, to me, would be very efficient for anybody.
Mhm.
So
The state has not done a statewide payment processor RFP or contract. So it's been done by individual agencies, or most agencies do leverage either the Pay It for some things or Inc. for the others. So.
all right. Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's intriguing to me. So the data, the state data that they have, do they pay for that? Or we just give it to them? Or how do these quote unquote vendors get this information?
So there is a contract with each agency, I believe, and I don't know the details because that is before my time. That's something we can dig into, ma'am.
Could we get copies of those contracts? Because I have a feeling, yeah, they're getting our data, and I don't know at what price or cost, and then they're turning around and reselling the data. We need to understand this business model. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we've kind of opened up a rabbit hole a little bit, and I think we'd need a lot more clarity and information on how all of this works. I mean, it brings a lot of questions forward, like if you're in an agency, how do you decide who to go to, and where does that lead you? So like, it seems like in some ways it circumvents the procurement process. So, I mean, I think we need clarity on how all of that works. And then another thing that you brought up, because you guys were saying ICANN, and I kept thinking Pay It. I'm like, well, what happened to Pay It? And so Pay It's now ICANN. Is that right? I guess, or
the branded solution. For the state of
okay.
Kansas.
And a lot of local governments use it as well. But my question is do most states have like one payment system that like all their agencies use? And is that something that we should probably maybe look at? Like, is that something that we should get some more information on and maybe dig it a little deeper into? So,
Yes, ma'am. Good
yeah,
question,
all right.
Chairman. It's a mixed bag. I do know a lot of states recently have started renegotiating with payment processors. Again, I don't know to what extent of having a multiple, whether they're doing just state level or local governments. This is what Inc. does with they do provide that service to local governments, and that is a function they can do. Everything we try and do, we do try and open up to political subdivisions, but then they still have to write their own contract or statement of work specifically. But we are seeing a mix. We are seeing a lot of states redo their agreements with payment processors, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head on whether they've all solidified on just one or multiple.
Well, and it could be like, like credit cards and stuff. You could get some benefits, for having, one, or you may not be able to do just one, but to consolidate some of that. So thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, just listening to Inc. and then what you just kind of said about ICANN, it appears that, in their bulk of both of their what they do is the collection of fees. You know, be it through Inc. mostly does it outside of the state, all 105 counties and then stuff. ICANN is more. So, you know, if an agency wants to collect or needs to collect a new fee, let's say, how do they go? Do they go to Inc. and to ICANN and say which one of you is gives the best deal? They have that authority to do either one, or is there certain contracts?
They have the ability to do either one. A lot of it does come down to if they're running a project, who can integrate with their project quicker. I can't speak for some of the agencies and some of their decisions, but I think a lot of it comes down to who has the quicker integration, so they're not waiting or delaying a project for somebody to do the work. So I think a lot of it comes down to that. I will say I'm not 100% sure, but I do think the rates are similar to an extent in what is collected. But I'd have to pull that information and get that back to you.
Okay.
I think a lot of it does come down to how it best integrates with the project. They may not be able to integrate with the solution or technology, so then it goes to the other. So.
I see. Okay. Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following this is a little bit challenging, but so would who actually owns the site? The vendor? Or is it, and who has the control over it? So like when you think of ICANN, that's the .gov, but yet you're saying, so who does the vendor own that? Do we give them permission in the contract to carry that, or?
So, good question, sir, Mr. Chairman. So contractually, a lot of what they do is integrate into existing sites. So like the ICANN integrates into a Department of Revenue site for vehicle registrations, et cetera. So we still own the site, and contractually we'll always own the intellectual property of the site. They integrate into it. So there's generally like a redirect back to their processing site that's just branded for us, but contractually we own it. So they own the intellectual property obviously behind it, but we own in terms of this is our site from a state of Kansas perspective.
That's kind of deep. I mean, I'm following it. It just, getting into the weeds of that, seems like there needs to be a little deeper dive.
Well, ICANN is only renewal of tags and the birth certificates, things I'm trying to think of, the vital statistics. That's the only two, right, that they do?
From the ICANN system, but I believe their payment processing is integrated into a few other apps across the state. It's just not quote unquote ICANN.
I see. Okay, so the app, the ICANN app only does those two things, but they have other things that they do. Okay.
So, sir.
All right. Any other questions from anybody? All right. Not seeing any.
All right.
Probably more later.
Last couple slides, and then we'll try and keep you on time. As I mentioned last time, we have our big cyber exercise here starting next week. So playing Cyber Guardian is our 2-week cyber exercise. The first week is a full week of classroom training. So well over 40 hours of classroom training on advanced security practices, identifying cyber attacks, et cetera. And then week 2 is a hands-on red team, blue team exercise. And we'll have 2 locations. We'll have multiple locations, but we'll have locations in Wichita and Topeka. Again, this is our first year, so obviously we'll run into some bumps along the way, but we're really excited. We had over 90 participants register, and we have a good cross section of city, county, all 3 branches. We have school districts, universities. We have the National Guard participating, so we have a good group participating in this first year. So we're super excited for that. That kicks off this next Monday. So super excited for this. This is about a year of planning. This was an ARPA project, so we did use ARPA dollars for this, but we hope to make this kind of a multi-year engagement type thing. So the best thing we can do to help cities and counties is train them and prepare them so they can, teach them to fish, and so not being dependent on necessarily everybody. But another huge piece is just getting people talking. So if they ever have something, hey, I talked to this person, he knows I can give him a call. He's from the county next to me, et cetera. And so we now start building that deep bench of resources people can talk to, and they start putting names to faces. So we're super excited for this. Again, first time we're putting an exercise together on with the National Guard. So they both have Air and Army folks participating. So super excited for that. And again, we hope to continue this. We are scheduling a Distinguished Visitors Day, so all of you are invited. James has the initial invite, and he'll further distribute those, but we're inviting you to a Distinguished Visitors Day so you can show up and see and talk to folks as they go through the exercise. So this will be on Wednesday, August 27th. We'll have this Distinguished Visitors event both here in Wichita and Topeka, so you're free to visit either one that makes sense to you, and we'll have 2 time slots, so 10 to 11 and then 2 to 3. During the day. So again, you can see what's going on, ask questions, and just see some of the collaboration that we're trying to encourage across the state. So again, like I said, super excited for this event. Really excited about the participation we've got. We've gotten feedback, so we're already shaping next year's on hopefully trying to draw more participants. We do recognize August is when school's starting, so that might be a little tough for schools. We also recognize, National Guard likes to do their 15 days kind of close together, so splitting's kind of hard. We have the federal fiscal year if we want to keep them involved. We have the state fiscal year, so logistics are a pain, but some of the feedback, we may split the 2 weeks into 2 separate weeks and kind of see if we can draw more participation that way. We'd love to get this up to about 200 people every year. So again, all invited. Hope you can make it. We're excited to showcase what we're doing.
Sorry. James is going to send out those invitations, right? I assume it says on there, but do we need to RSVP or just show up?
Yes, please.
Please, okay. All right.
So we do want to know, we have extended the invitations to Joint Committee on Security, LCC as well. We're also sending out to the federal delegation as well, and then several from the military side, and then agency secretaries, et cetera. So again, we do want to showcase this is a lot of logistics. We're very gracious on people sending their folks to participate. We do know 2 weeks to send folks off to, that's a big ask. So we're excited. Like I said, cooperation across the branches as well and getting people involved. So super excited for it.
All right. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, it seems like you're really excited about this plane.
I am super excited.
Super excited, yeah. So you don't need to do it, but I would like to see a breakdown of participations, not necessarily the individuals, but what school districts are represented, what universities, counties. 90 is a great number and the goal for 200, but I'm worried that 45 of them are from state and that we just have a couple trickling in from other areas, so.
No, we can definitely provide that. And to your point with school districts, that was some of the feedback. August is hard time for school districts, so we recognize that. So we'll make sure we accommodate in subsequent years.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Jeff, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, everybody, we are now we have a couple of IT audits that we're going to do, and so we will be going into executive session for those. Our first one is the City of Topeka. So Alex or Katrina, are you here? Katrin, sorry. Katie Jackson, is Katie Jackson here? She's not, okay. Has everybody got me their vouchers? we got one more. We're getting ready here. That's all right. All right. All right, Representative Haskins. Oh, yeah, that's right. Alex or Katrina, or Katrin, I'm sorry, I always say your name wrong. How long do you think? Okay, let's go 15 minutes then, so let's do 3:30. Just City of Topeka, so.
Mr. Chair, I move that the open meeting of Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed or executive meeting pursuant to KSA 7543-19A to discuss subjects relating to security in the city of Topeka with Katrin Osterhaus, IT Audit Manager, Legislative Division of Post Audit, Alex Gard, Principal IT Auditor, Legislative Division of Post Audit, Olivia Romig, IT Security Audit, Legislative Division of Post Audit, and Dr. Robert Perez, City Manager, and Patty Biggs, Deputy Director of Information Technology, pursuant to KSA 754319B12C, because the discussion of such subject in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 5A2N of the State House at 3:30. We want to go 3:35, or are we going 3:30? 3:30 p.m., that the discussion during the closed or executive meeting shall be limited to those subjects stated in the motion, and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the permanent records of the committee.
Very good. Is there a second? Second by Senator Rose. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? All right, one person. All right, we're in executive session. All right. Are we back? All right. We are back now. So our next audit is, oh, it's a follow-up of agencies audited in 2024. Okay. So Representative Haskett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Elixir, how long do you think? Yeah. Takes you 5 minutes to do that. How many is there? Yeah. Why don't we do 5 till? Yeah, let's do 5 till. So 3:55. Well, that's true. I think we'll be okay there. Yeah, let's do that.
It's on. Yeah, everybody. All right, you're wasting my time. Here we go. Mr. Chair, I move that the open joint meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters relating to security measures that protect the information systems of the public agencies that were previously audited by the Legislative Division of Post Audit at the direction of the Legislative Post Audit Committee with Katrin Osterhaus, IT Audit Manager, Alex Gard, Principal IT Auditor, and Olivia Romig, IT Security Auditor from the Legislative Division of Post Audit pursuant to the justification listed in KSA 754319B12C because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures. The committee resumes the open meeting in room 582 North of the State House at 3:55 p.m. and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the committee's permanent records.
Is there a second? Second by Senator Francisco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
There we go. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're in executive session.
I like
All right, committee, we are back. So we're at our point of committee discussion. What I'd like to do is if there, I don't want to go a long time with this because we're going to spend quite a bit of time in our last meeting on recommendations and committee discussions. But if there are some things that you have learned from this meeting, that, hey, it's something we may want to talk about for for our final report. You want to, if you could bring it up, and James will write it down. That way, when we get ready to do the final report next month, he can say, "Hey, you guys talked about this, this, and this." So I just kind of open it up right now for that. Is there anything?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. I know as a result of the last meeting, you brought in ink because of previous discussions and ICANN and looking at the internet requirements for the state and all that. It's so convoluted. I'm not sure that there's a good grasp anywhere, so I really appreciate you bringing them in today, and I think we need to continue that discussion, that in-depth dive as to where we really are with IT in the state of Kansas.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would agree. It was appreciative to have Pittsburgh State as an example of coming to the table because they weren't here the last time, and that just helps us answer the questions. So I would recommend that practice continues. And I don't know how to word it appropriately, but in the last session that we had, that summation report, status report, I would encourage that we continue that and to look into how can that be utilized for more of accountability. The last thing I would add is, and it's something related to AI. You had mentioned, and there was something about AI that we talked about after I was mentioning about educational process, or I'm not sure if anybody else remembers, but I wrote down, we said something about AI.
Well, the only thing I can think maybe is that I think we do need to have some more discussions, and maybe in our final report, we maybe need to have the LCC have some discussions on AI. I think they could use what Bob comes up with, but I think that it's going to be very important for LCC to put something down, because otherwise this legislators are just going, well, that doesn't apply to us. Right. So I think that maybe that they need to have that discussion. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Anything? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think we definitely have to pay some more attention to Senate Bill 291. I'm not sure where that lands in the legislative process this year, but with the sunset and with us needing to probably introduce legislation at some point, or at least make recommendations, we need to pay attention to that.
Yeah, and so, the next meeting, my understanding is Gartner will have already done their report. And Jeff, will you be doing that, or will it be Gartner, or will you have a combination of?
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Maxton, Chief Information Technology Officer, Executive Branch. So I do want to reiterate that will be done in December. So I don't know when your next calendar is, because we have to present that in January. So we'll have the complete ready in December.
Oh, okay.
But that'll be a combination of both myself and Gardner. We have the current state of what they've got of the current landscape of IT across Kansas. That is ready, and that is we're sharing out with everybody. So.
Oh, okay. So the 20th of November one, would that, you think by that time?
We would be able to have something pretty close on that.
All right, so let's do the 20th.
So, and again, what they're presenting is also a roadmap. Again, it's not just a one and done, here's everything due day one. This is years 1 and 2, take these things, years 3 and 4, year 5 type thing. So it's a roadmap that they'll be presenting as well.
All right. I was thinking we had one more meeting. Yeah, we got 2 more meetings. Yeah, okay. But also on that, I think there's some other things that that we need to look at? I mean, the NIST standards, how do we, I think it's good that we try to get to certain, but do we need to put a little more flexibility in there if the legislature can have some say in whether we go to the next one or whatever? So those are some things I think we need to talk about. And I'm sure there's some other things that maybe also, so.
Thank you. I was just going to add, in addition to those standards, I took notes to say we need some allowance for alternatives. And we could go back to the testimony on that. And then the question of having one person sign off on all the contracts was the other. So those were the three things I jotted down.
James Fisher, Legislative Research. Regarding the note on making allowances, was that directly related to the conversation with Alex Wong with Judicial on the Canwin Network? Okay.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got 2 more meetings. Is that correct? October 15, November 20th? Okay. All right. We talked a little bit about Propylon and their problems, but it seems like the LCC is probably, given our meeting schedule, that we're kind of behind that at this issue. We don't have the lead, so I don't really have any suggestion other than we did have quite a bit of conversation about the problems, and I don't know if there's an off-ramp or if we just have to continue with this vendor regardless and keep churning away, but anyway, don't know where to go with that.
And I think that might be, in October, we should have, we'll probably either have the green light or the stoplight, I would say, by that time. And because LCC would have made a decision by that time, right, Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's not necessarily a guarantee that the Legislative Coordinating Council would have made like a decision about whether to go live or not. But at the last Legislative Coordinating Council meeting, it was very clear their intent. They wanted a session-ready system in place by October 1. So you would probably know whether that's the case at your October 20th meeting.
Okay, and then, so I guess whatever happens then, we may want to have some more discussions on making some recommendations to LCC as far as maybe how we feel like they should go forward. So, anybody else? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the security audits, I would recommend that we take a look at least the CISO of over the agency or department that's being audited being included, so that there's a set of eyes that is aware of what's going on. Maybe that's something we could look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So maybe they should be in. Are you saying they should be in the discussion of when we do the audits?
Or at least get it.
Or at least get it. Okay. All right. Yeah, Representative Bourgeon.
I'm going to jump back to AI. I was able to attend the NCSL, and it does, and attended one of the AI sessions, and it does, they're recommending that state legislators adopt a policy. So I don't know if there would be any benefit to looking at what some other states have already done in that arena as a starting point, as a resource.
Yeah, I think there probably would be. So going back to the CISO on those audits, is that something that we just say, hey, they're going to be in that, or is that Katrin?
Katrin Osterhaus, LPA, IT Audit Manager. I will say that our statute requires us to give the CITO an audit that is in their particular area, and to give the legislative LCC a copy if we do an audit on the legislative branch. So we do give audits to the oversight entity, It is a little bit awkward because the statute does not allow us to give a copy to the CISO. So if that would be remedied, we would love that. But we do give the audit to the CTO, which currently is Jeff, and so that does create a little awkwardness. And I believe Jeff had tried in last year's session to fix that, and it didn't go forward. But yeah, I mean, certainly we would.
I know, I think Jeff had kind of anticipated being in that last discussion, but because there was actually there was a non-executive agency in that discussion, couldn't, so it's a good point. Representative Haskins, I'm gonna make you a senator before this is over.
Yeah, it's still Representative Haskins. Katrin, just to follow up, I know you're required to give the audit report, but does that also include the status report that you had provided? Because I think that's what.
It does not. I will say that the status report, and I mean, you heard it, it is self-reported. Right. It is information, but it is also information that the CISOs can get directly from their agencies.
Right.
So that is not something that they would need us to do for them, because if they're, for that agency, then they can certainly get it from their own agency.
Thank you. Jeff, do you guys have anything planned as far as best practice in this matter? I mean, you're out there training the managers and supervisors is like, okay, you just got a bad audit. This is how you maintain it. How do you approach that?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, Jeff Maxson, Chief Information Technology Officer, Executive Branch. So there is a little bit of a session disconnect in terms of some of the agencies, and I think we worked through some of this last time, because LPA will provide findings and include the agency's responses where we may not have been included in when they're building the responses back to the audit. So we don't see it until information is provided back to legislature. So we're working through some of that with LPA. But as we work through, again, and this is where I'll go back, setting some of the standards, like the NIST CSF is a good baseline standard we should apply across the state. That is something, it's not the full-blown NIST risk management framework, which is, a 500-page document. This is boiled down to be something standard. So setting those standards, and again, there is a change of conversation that cybersecurity is not just an IT function or not just a cybersecurity function. It is a function across management, employees, IT, security folks, and we're trying to continue to elevate that conversation. It's a journey. It's not one and done, but we're making progress. Again, point in time with certain things, different processes, it takes time to build new processes within agencies that don't have it. So we're trying to get that standard. And again, to Senator Tyson's question about a federated model we're kind of in right now, there is no true authority to say this is the way you're going to do it because this is the best practice. We don't have that place yet across any of the authorities yet per se. So there are problems. A federated model is the hardest to manage because everybody still kind of does things independently, and trying to get them all together is a big lift. So we're trying to work through that, especially with some of these pieces, deploying uniform tools across the enterprise. We can start standardizing, I know, some of the areas and again, talk about vulnerability management. If we're doing that 18 different ways, how are we going to keep track on who's doing what and how are we staying up to date? We standardize that process, you'll see those findings disappear. So we're trying at starting with the tools, and again, decisions are based on risk towards the state. If we can implement something that will reduce overall risk, it might not necessarily address the compliance concern, but we might reduce risk overall. We're taking a risk-based approach on some of these as we're trying to do it enterprise-wide.
But I guess to the point that Representative Haskins was making and Senator Tyson, and then what Katrin just said, the self-reporting, they say, yeah, we're working on this or we've fixed this. The CISO can get that, but I mean, wouldn't it be helpful if the CISO got that report and then they could go back and say, hey, you said you fixed this, and is it fixed? Or they could say, hey, this isn't really fixed. And right now, you don't really have that.
We don't see that feedback loop, and we don't see the initial responses to the audit until they are actually officially submitted. So in some agencies, we participate in drafting the responses and submitting it. Some agencies will just submit responses without coordinating, because in some cases, and again, there's things we could probably have addressed and shown additional follow-up things in that process to help close some of those before they got there. But again, sometimes the agencies have to include us in some of those conversations. And again, new space, if an agency hasn't gone through one of the audits, they don't necessarily know either. So it's a process.
Katrin, I think you wanted to.
I would agree. We are working with OITS to collaborate a little bit better on the front end, but I will also say that we audit agencies. We will share findings, and again, we have statutes that say our findings are confidential until they're presented. So we have to be very careful with what we do, and we can only share findings if it's statutorily allowed. So part of the discussion also has to be what is in our statute, because we cannot just share findings just because OITS happens to be in the mix of things. So I just would like to be a little bit more cautious in that arena, because we do have some broader statutes that say our findings are confidential until they're released.
Right, and I think that's the issue, is that, you know, maybe we need to be looking at making some changes to the statutes so that you can share some of this information, especially afterwards.
Well, and to the point when they are the contractor and they have skin in the game as far as having to be part of the work that is drawing the function, the finding or whatever the question might be, then we certainly do want to have that conversation. But again, our audits are on the agency, and they need to be giving us the permission to share information and give us the green light. So we can't just decide, oh, it would be great to share everything, because again, confidentiality.
Sure. Okay. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just don't want to lose the status report. And because it's concerning, like, we won't find the improvement until the next time they get audited, which could be 2 years, 4 years, 6 years. And even though it's self-reported, the action of a stakeholder accountability will create a sense of urgency. So I'm not sure how we want to word it, but I would like to see that this committee, if not others, receives a status update on these audits, and whether that's I'm not sure how much work that required for them to do, but I would find that exercise to be a proper steward of the audit. So I don't know.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more easy thing. I'm wondering if we could ask Legislative Post Office Audit to separate the groups so that it would be possible for the CETO to be in here. And that would be easy enough because we have a good reader for the motions.
Yeah, that's a good idea, maybe so we can maybe have that. All right. Anything else? Everybody, I think, appreciate all the suggestions. If you think of something else, please send it to James. He will keep all this together. And yeah, so we have 2 meetings. I was thinking we only had 1 meeting. That's good. We have 2 meetings. So the next meeting will be in October. And so until then, we are. Oh,
can you remind us of the dates?
15th of October and the 20th of November. All right. Okay. So with that.